we're quite flexible, but I think, Saturday might be, something that is difficult for even China local traveling people. So I would echo Mazin's comment. Maybe the first week of June would be more appropriate, according to our progress of the project. It's starting from, I think, 2 weeks away. We will have actually starting the project creation review, and by that time, we will probably have all the projects all set up, and it is very valuable if we can take that opportunity to have all those folks that are committed to the project to get together and started working together.
Yeah, that was just a back up.
There is an event in the first, well, sort of the second week of June, the
12.
open source, not the Open NFV. Which one is the first one?
OPNFV is first.
Oh, Open NFV
And
is
it
the
is-
first,
and it
and
is-
that's
and
on the when?
It is the 12th through the 15th.
And before that, the week before that.
Nothing.
The week after that is the Linux Foundation.
The week after that is the Linux Foundation Open Source Summit, also in Beijing, and that's on Monday and Tuesday. So the proposals we put out were the Thursday, Friday before OPNFV Summit, the 8th and 9th, the Thursday, Friday of OPNFV week, the 15th and 16th, and then the 2 days after the Open Source Summit, the 21st and 22nd. And of those three choices, the 21st and 22nd was the clear winner.
So for those from the TSC who are coming from overseas to China, just want to hear what I know everyone has contingencies. What are the dates that you guys think that you would absolutely be there? It is important to have as many of the TSC members there as possible. So can we just quickly find out what the flexibility are for the TSC members coming from overseas? Yeah.
Yeah, please, those that are on the phone, if you could go into IRC and
few options.
No.
yeah, because we are split. Okay. Okay. All right. Yes, Jamil.
Yeah, good morning. It's not possible to have a kind of mini summit during the OpenAV summit?
So we actually are having a mini summit during the OPNFV summit, but it's not for doing deep dive internal. It's actually more educational for those interested in the project. So it's more of the introduction. Here's ONAP. Here's what it does. Here's how to get involved. It's more that type of a mini summit for new participants as opposed to doing a working session of the development team. We're doing that because that's literally only one day, and that's Monday.
Could be maybe in 15, 16. You can have 15, 16.
I put 15, 16th, 15. Well, that's so 16th is a Saturday. Local China folks are going to have a problem on Saturday. We proposed in the doodle poll the 14th, 15th, and that because that stepped on the Thursday of OPNFV Summit, folks didn't want that. So that's how we ended up with the most popular one being the 21st, 22nd in the doodle poll.
How about June 8th and 9th? Is that an option?
That was an option in the doodle poll and was actually, again, it lost to the 21st, 22nd.
a question. Why can't we meet on Monday, Tuesday, the week following Open NFV Summit instead of Wednesday, Thursday?
Because that steps on the open source summit from Linux Foundation, to which some of our members are wanting to attend that. I know, it's just a pain, isn't it?
If we took a repoll of the people traveling, the TSC members traveling to China, would we have a big problem with 8th and 9th?
Is that the first week? Then yes, I have a big problem with that. That's the solstice Friday. Because I have to be there for 2 weeks, so I don't want to go 3 weeks.
I'm going to be in China the first week of June, from the 5th to the 9th. I'll just be very frank with you guys.
So yeah.
For a vote.
What's that?
Let's put it for a vote. Let's just take 3 options and put them for a vote. Okay.
Yeah, so do 3 options and then ask the question option 1, 2, or 3. Okay, I believe the vote has been started. I'm not on IRC. What happened? The IRC channel. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Pick one. Auditorium.
So for those of you who are looking for alternate means, IRC Cloud has excellent web and mobile and tablet clients. I'm literally on there from my phone. My in here is that more people spend more time on IRC and it's easy to communicate with them.
Does anybody see his start vote?
Nope.
Okay. That's disappointing. All right. We're going to start a vote on this in a couple of minutes. Let's move on to the next topic because it's 8:29 and we've only done minutes trivia. So next topic is discussing next steps and timeline for project proposals, or project formations rather. So Mazen, could you give an update on TSC discussions yesterday and suggestions for next steps?
Yeah, so we really first want to thank the whole community here for putting together a lot of suggestions for projects. We took every one of those seriously. I just want to let you guys know. We met as a TSC last night. We sort of assigned each one of the proposed areas to a suggested. We're going to encourage folks to put together a project. We will go into the details of that this morning. I think we may have identified about 25 or so areas where we think, based on everyone's input yesterday, 25 areas that we're going to encourage the community to put together a project. We're going to go through folks who are going to be writing those this morning. volunteers to write those this morning, and hopefully by the end of today, we'll have all those write-ups. We'll have all done, and we'll spend the next couple of weeks to have developers looking at those and discussing areas where we could merge some of those proposals. We don't plan to have 25 projects for the first release, but we do plan to look for merger opportunities, with input from the developers and from the community. So more information this morning. Really great session, and thanks to the TSC and those who contributed yesterday for getting this along.
Okay, we're on. Just to give, I think, a bit more information there, I think what was also said is that there is some confusion about the concept of a project, the constraints and possibilities that it has. And so actually Chris is giving a bit of a tutorial about that today to go through and actually sort of complement that. And I think to kind of explain a little bit also that when going through this, we had these sessions yesterday.
I'm sorry? The vote is open, yes. No, to TSC members. Yeah, TSC members, there is a vote going on IRC for the date for our next face-to-face. Please vote. That's weird. All right. I think we've got a majority of the votes in. Last opportunity. Okay, I'm about to close the vote. Okay. Option one. And option one was the Thursday, Friday before. So that would be I believe, the 8th and 9th. That is the 8th and 9th. Okay, so TSC members are suggesting the 8th and 9th. So that's what we lock in on? Yep. So, all right, that's what we will set up. And Lingley, I assume there's no issue with that, right, for China Mobile hosting?
I don't think so. And if there's any, I will be working hard to address that.
Okay, very good.
Wow, I'm impressed.
Okay. Did we have any more that we wanted to talk through, Stephen, with regard to next steps on project formation? Okay, very good. Then next topic is coordinators. Now that we have a charter, we have designated that coordinators are a part of our activity and process. So are there any coordinator positions that we feel are necessary now? And I feel as though security coordinator is necessary now. So I will submit that as a suggestion. Beyond that, what else do the TSC members feel would be necessary?
Phil, one comment on that. I agree with you on the need for security. My suggestion would be to do that as a committee so that there's a team and not one person on the hook for security.
Oh, no. So to be clear, the role of this coordinator is to build the security team. Other projects have security teams where, again, the goal is to have a very small number of people who are have a good understanding of security and have a good understanding of the code base. They will be on an email alias that is called security@onap.org. That's where we will publish that. That's where vulnerabilities come into for anybody in the public to be able to identify vulnerabilities to us. So the coordinator's job is to build that team. So it's a short-term position. It's just we're designating somebody as saying, please go find the right people to populate that team and to identify a process and then tell us what that process is.
And then convert to a committee just to
we can, and for that it can be a committee, it can be a team, whatever. And often they're just security teams because we want the best developers. You know, subcommittees of the TSC implies TSC membership only, right? So for this subcommittee, yeah, fair enough. I'm correcting myself while I'm saying that, right? Our definition for subcommittee does not imply that. So yes, we can call it a security subcommittee. That's fine, but this is the coordinator to build that subcommittee. Okay, so there's one. Any volunteers from the TSC that would like to be the coordinator for the security activities?
So the only thing I want to add is that whoever the coordinator is, the team that we pick from wherever the respective companies, it's very, very important that those people are experts in this area. It's people who do this day in, day out. They're not just interested in, let's say, security in this case. So we'll vet this very carefully. It's an important area. Each one of these are important areas. So it's we'll vet the committee carefully. We talked yesterday about reliability.
Before we move to that, let's get a coordinator for security. If you don't mind.
You want to pick now?
I want to pick now. And to be honest, if I get no volunteers, I volunteer. I will go find the right people. But I'd rather have a TSC do it.
I'm volunteering.
All right. So we have a self-nomination of Stephen. Okay, very good. Do we want to vote on these coordinators, or are we happy to do a consensus appointment? What do you want to do? Let's vote.
Consensus.
Good. We good with consensus? Let me rephrase. Is there anybody on the phone in IRC or in the room that doesn't want Stephen, because he's so good at volunteering, to be our security coordinator?
So,
okay.
What is the process here? Are we asking Stephen to go in 1 week and build up suggested members?
Yes. So the ask of Stephen is to come forward with a proposal for building a security team and a security process. Okay. And
a security team that will define the process.
Correct.
Okay. So Stephen, do you think you can? Okay.
We'll ask for an update, and yeah, we'll give him some time to figure out what his timeline should be.
We'll give you to the weekend.
So no issues there. We can work together to actually be. I'm sure you're not throwing me off a bridge.
No.
This is very important, so I'm sure you'll give me the appropriate support. I'm just looking for the formalities is actually what we wrote in the charter, because I think we said we need to send an email in to go ahead and progress this, but I think maybe we can, I'm looking at the formalities, that was all.
No. So yeah, you and I will get offline and we'll do that. Okay. So go ahead, Mazen. Any other subcommittees or?
Well, there were a lot of suggestions yesterday. There were a lot of discussions yesterday about reliability, disaster recovery, and on and on. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, so I was actually going to talk a little bit about service assurance and availability, which again, reliability is a part of that. So that would be of interest, definitely, because of the breakout session that we are driving tomorrow. There's already a lot of interest in several companies participating. So I think we should have a coordinator for that. So I'm proposing that we have a coordinator for that general topic: service assurance, reliability, high availability.
I'm good with that.
Okay, just formally what we said when it comes to the subcommittees is that we have a life cycle for the subcommittees. So I think what we can, and therefore we should actually define the scope and the charter and so on. That should be requested by email, and then we approve that. That's what we said actually in the charter there. So I think what we can do with this actually, the coordinators is a different but similar sort of thing there. If we agree that we want something like that, we just ask someone to go ahead, and it can be us that sends that email in, but then it's very clear this has been requested, this has been agreed, and the scope is there. We put on the wiki. That was the reason for that. So just from a formal perspective, we can discuss. We think we should have something in this area, or we should go through the process.
So if I might make a mechanical suggestion, it may prove useful to go through coordinators first and then have them determine whether a subcommittee is appropriate or needed for the area. It seems that figuring out the population of a subcommittee may be more involved and diffuse the responsibility in a way that a coordinator would not.
I'm good with that. I don't think anyone here would argue that the things we're talking about, like security and service assurance, should be a one-person coordinator. There's no way. So let's just cut to the chase and define who are the coordinators who want to volunteer to start putting that formality, as Stephen said, together, and let's just move on. So who wants to be a coordinator for the service?
For service assurance.
Assurance.
I can volunteer myself.
Okay, thank you. Rajesh.
Rajesh, yes. The obvious one we talked about throughout the charter was architecture committee. Was that something that we want to have a coordinator to?
I think.
Is there anybody besides Chris who wants to volunteer? I just want to be clear that the coordinator will help to create that committee. Okay, I just want to make sure people are not left out here, or they feel that whoever gets involved in that committee must be an expert. They do this day in, day out. Chris?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So at least to, as we're describing here, for the purpose of putting together, the proposal for a committee, I'll volunteer.
Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
I have a mic. I'm going to keep it too. Just as a trivial thing there, I don't think we should be just allocating coordinators to create the committees. We're asking for a volunteer to create a proposal to come back with that. So I think that's what's happening in this case there. I think that's
yeah, the proposal will define the committee and the scope.
Exactly.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah, we're naming TSC members to take the lead on these different activities, and then it will be brought back to the TSC for review and approval.
Exactly. I just wanted to clarify. I don't think we're sort of saying, okay, here's the architecture coordinator and someone there that comes and creates the committee, right, as a volunteer. Because I think if we assign a coordinator, that's something that goes across a bit of a longer period of time. So my interpretation, and I thank Chris, he's volunteered to go ahead to actually create the scope that we can go ahead and approve in whatever form, whatever mechanisms that we need.
Yeah, I think that's what Chris said. We cannot hear you.
During ONS meeting, TSC meeting, we were also discussing that perhaps need a product requirement coordinator. Many companies found this as an important thing. So
Absolutely. And that actually, I believe, should be done from the board, from the governing board, as an activity that will feed into the technical community, but is separate from the technical community. So I will bring that as an agenda item for the next board meeting, Alma.
Actually, I'm getting some approaches from SDO bodies on whether or not, how we should establish a relationship and collaboration with them, and if we're interested. So I think it might, be better if we can call out a coordinator for different SDO bodies, and bring some of the channels and set up contact. So I suggest that we have a coordinator for the SDO.
And by any chance, are you volunteering for that role?
Let's see if
you don't have to. You don't have to.
if anybody else.
I
think it's an important area. I agree with you. Is there anybody else? Just don't want to.
So this definitely will be a long-standing role of tracking who we have from our community as the lead people working with the various SDOs. Right.
Yes, actually, I think it would be great if we have in our community who has been already have experience in working and has long relationship with those standards bodies. Actually, if I may, I could recommend I think Hui from Huawei is very experienced in that area, and he's also working on a different standardized bodies. So that's my recommendation.
Yeah, and go ahead, Stephen.
Thank you. Certainly agree it's an area we should have a coordinator. And again, I'm looking at here to actually create the coordinators. We actually should go ahead and send in an email where we scope what the coordination is and so on. So I just think what we need now is a volunteer to actually go and scope that. That may or may not be the actual coordinator.
Agree.
Yep, agreed.
I'd like to be volunteer for that.
Okay.
So is this just the standard bodies or also other open source communities?
I mean, obviously, other open source communities also need it. So we have to decide whether we have the same coordinator and the same plan for that role to create, or there are two different things, right? I would suggest to have the same because those activities.
I would actually strongly suggest that we have separate coordinators for those two areas because they are very different culturally, and how to effectively interact with them is very, very different. And the skill sets are generally in disjoint humans.
How does everyone feel about that? Again, all we're asking, back to Stephen's point over and over again, is just someone to put a proposal, and we may decide when we look at the proposal, they should be the same community, even if they're separate today.
So if allowed, I'm not TSC member, I would recommend just to separate.
An observer.
Thank you. So because people coordinator, they need to attend, right? So I think attend both standard and open source is too heavy. People probably can decouple.
Decouple?
Yeah.
Any other?
Okay.
Just my interjection because I'm listening to Stephen, rules lawyer for us. And as was mentioned, this is the TSC member to write the proposal for the coordinator or coordinator's position. So that's all you're asking of Ling right now, is to determine that and write a proposal to have this as be one or two roles.
Yes, I can certainly do that.
Right.
Okay. Any other topics that we feel we might want to have coordinators for?
I would like to suggest a modeling coordinator because within there is a modeling project, but modeling goes through the entire project, and I think needs some special, especially as we are model-driven orchestrator, and we're building one. So
Thank you. I fully agree modeling is important. If we go for that approach, okay, so we haven't got the projects, but it's quite likely that we have a project around modeling. I think we can understand that. And if there is a project around modeling, there's probably going to be some project technical lead. And then I would like, if we do have a coordinator, to really clearly understand the difference of responsibility, because my initial points or assumption would have been the coordinator project lead, the project PTL would actually sort of take the role of coordinating the models within the community as a base assumption. If I'm wrong on that, I'd like to understand the differences, but it's not to diminish the intent of the point. I think the intent of the point is valid.
So I would suggest that we can have one coordinator who can detail out the use cases to the next level of detail, so that they are implementable in the platform. And also some more use cases which may have an impact on the various projects moving forward. So that needs a certain level of focus and assessment, technical assessment to be done.
That this is absolutely a requirement to take it to the next level of details while we define projects, right? But this is a part of the project definition, I believe.
So there are different layers. We have an architecture, a functional architecture, and we have use cases. And we need to go through the exercise of doing a system engineering design to map those use cases into requirements, and then do a software architecture requirement. We haven't done those. So either we agree these are part of the projects, and those roles are part of the project, and that's what the PTL will do, and they have to have the software architecture expertise to do that, or we need this subgroup to drive that. But that means if we do that, we have to do it for all the projects, and that will probably be a bottleneck. So the question is that, do we push that down to the projects, or should that be at the TSC level in terms of committees? I think it will be a bottleneck to have it at the TSC committee, because we're not the experts in every one of those use cases and every aspect. So if you guys are supportive, is that we recognize those are key functions. Has to be done, otherwise you have use cases and you have functional architecture. But let's push them on the projects, and let's make sure that when we're defining the project, and Chris is going to go through what a project is, that's a function that has to be done in the project. Agree?
I think we can have a subcommittee on or coordinator for non-functional requirement as a general. It should cover reliability, it should cover interoperability or high availability, because it needs to be implemented in each of the projects. Each project or each artifact in itself need to take care of this general non-functional requirement. So it will be good if we have a coordinator and a committee who really looks this up.
So I agree with that. It's just the expertise you need for reliability is radically different than the expertise you need for security. Okay, so one coordinator will not be the right person. There's no right person. I think the part of what we just talked about today, reliability, service assurance, these are all non-functional requirements. We recognize these are big areas, and so we're splitting them into subcommittees. So if you have other areas that you think are non-functional requirements, let's create a subcommittee, or at least a coordinator that will go and do a subcommittee.
Two things here. I don't think we should, on the very first meeting, go coordinator and committee mad. I think we have a couple of proposals now, or let's say we have the request and volunteers for a couple of proposals to actually go ahead and create the definition of these now. And I think that's a bit of a starting point. This is not the last time we can do that. Having said that, there is one that we might want to actually go ahead and consider, and that's also the planning, what do we call it? The release planning coordinator position. I think we need something like that. I don't know if it's a coordinator or committee on that one.
I agree.
Proposal for release manager. We have a proposal for release manager. And actually, Gilda will be talking later about some of the release planning activities. That there's already been a team working on that over the last few weeks.
But then formally, the release manager would be a coordinator, right? So
I don't think so.
you don't think so?
Not
Okay.
necessarily.
No, I think that would, again,
Cool. As long as it's covered.
most projects do assign, have the role of release manager, and I'd probably call it that as opposed to anything else.
Can I ask a question? I mean, one thing when I hear all the committee proposals, what makes me nervous is that when I think about a committee, I think about an unfunded mandate. It's like, the developers do the work, the projects do the work, so if they put a requirement on themselves, they know that they actually have to deliver the requirement, right? If you have a committee, and you guys with more experience, let me know if I'm wrong here, but it sounds to me like a committee is people sitting around having good thoughts, but then they go to the developers and say, well, you have to do it, right? And so how does that work?
Yeah, and you're right, Oliver. It is always the case that the individuals will do what it is the individuals need to do with regard to the project, and the subcommittees. Nobody, including the technical steering committee, actually has the ability to mandate what people are going to work on within the project. So they are all guidelines. And for me, I consider the coordinator roles to be, in some sense, the TSC chair's cabinet, so to speak. Right? There are various areas that the TSC chair is ultimately responsible for as the leader of the technical steering committee to make sure that he understands where we are with various aspects of the project. And so the coordinators should be, again, his helpers to make sure that he's able to stay on top of all that. Because as we mentioned when we were talking about coordinators, the TSC chair will be very busy with his roles. And so having helpers in those designated areas are important. The subcommittees are always going to be advisory in their nature for their output, but it should be the areas where we think we need a focused, effort to be clear, and it should be by its construction and its makeup representative of those members in the community that end up doing the work.
So one suggestion that I would make around releases, it turns out that the skill involved in putting together a good simultaneous release plan is typically very disjoint from the skill involved in managing the release to that plan. And so it is very likely that we will find utility in appointing a release coordinator, who is the person responsible for working out the simultaneous release plan in the community, as a distinct person from the release manager, the person who's responsible for driving the execution of that plan within the community. The former tends to involve a lot of insight into human nature, a lot of insight into how the projects hold together and how to get them to coordinate and flock without strict hierarchical control. And the latter has intense levels of need for project management skill. And it's very unusual to find both in the same person.
We agree on that. So what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that we have a release coordinator as a distinct person from the release manager.
Yes. It's a good
And
idea.
I'm good with that. So if you guys want to suggest someone today, it's fine. Otherwise, can we wait until we see today the release planning, and next week we could vote for a coordinator? It's not like it's going to be late to do that.
That would be wise.
Okay, very good. Any other suggestions on coordinators or subcommittees before we move on? All right. Yes, Roberto.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that I'm willing to work with. I'm willing to work with Lingley on the scope with SDU for this subject.
I would also like to participate in defining this role.
And I'm sorry, what was that role? I got distracted.
SDO coordinator.
I'm sorry, which of them?
To define the scope of for SDO coordination, which is on the right now.
Okay, very good. All right, very good. Any other suggestions for coordinator or subcommittee? Again, heeding Stephen's Stephen's advice of let's not go crazy. We have a good number. Okay, very good. We are at time. There is a project proposal template. Can we move to that? There is a draft of a project proposal template that is up on the wiki. It's now being shared on Zoom for those that are in Zoom. This is in essence taken, much of it is taken from the OpenO release or project proposal template. I did make a couple of modifications, probably the most interesting, and I'm happy to put this back. But there was specific questions around your plan for being part of a release. And in my experience, just keeping release participation and project formation separate is a cleaner way to go. But I'm happy to, again, take any input on that. Otherwise, it is in essence the project proposal template from OpenO. So I would like for folks to review that. I don't want to spend the time to go through it now because we are past our hour. But maybe towards the close or in an email vote, we can approve this during the day so that we have a template that we can have teams start to think through as they break off into sessions this afternoon to start to think about their project formation activities. So let's just save that for an email vote within the day. Please, TSC members, review this proposal and suggest feedback on the TSC mailing list if you have any. And I'll call for a vote later today if that's acceptable to the technical steering members. I'm getting nods in the room. Anybody on IRC disagree? Okay, I don't see any disagreement, so I'm going to consider that as done. Yeah, about the time we get that up, it will be time to move on. So let's move on to the next item in our agenda for today. So there we go. So 8 to 9, we are done with the technical steering committee meeting. So it is now project proposal kickoff. And Chris, I believe that's your cue. If you could come up and walk us through that, that would be great.
Yes. So just we've closed the TSC part now, and now we'll move on to the rest of the normal agenda.
So we will do a stop meeting. Somebody do a stop meeting on the IRC channel. Thank you, TSC members, for joining in the call. Obviously, you're welcome to stay. We will have the bridge open for the rest of the day while we're in the auditorium here. And yes, let's move on to the next topic for today, Chris, and project proposals. Yeah, can you put the agenda up? Yeah, you were there.
So do you have an advice? I think I mailed them to you yesterday.
Sure.
Either HDMI or Lightboard. I'm okay, man. I have an email. Actually, that adapter right there will work.
Oh yeah, good point.
Oh, and it has yeah, HDMI up there as well. If we're going to share up there, I need to go into
okay, do that then.
Okay, thank you.
other thing is
Are you not going to have enough battery?
we'll see. Battery, unfortunately, doesn't like that. Yeah.
Test.
This street. Okay, all set. Great. Thank you, everyone. I'd like to talk about what is a project, and then the project proposal template that Phil just mentioned. And as we're getting into project proposal writing today, a little training on what to put in there and how to write these in a way that can be efficiently reviewed and approved by the TSC. So we talked about this yesterday. Let's start with what is a project. From the charter, a project is a long-term endeavor set up to deliver features across multiple releases. So this is not something, it's not a work item for a particular release. It is a longer-term multi-release vehicle. You can think of projects lined up around the modules that were defined in the charter, some of the longer-term activities that we were discussing over the last few days. A project is also a single entity solely responsible for one or more repos. In other words, if you don't have a repo, you're not a project. If you're a project, you're not going to be talking to a bunch of different repos belonging to different projects. Project has a defined scope, and it's led by PTL and committers that have expertise in the relevant areas. So when you're putting these project proposals together, you should have a defined skill set for the particular area that you're defining, and make sure that you can collect a group of people to deliver that functional area. It should not be so diffuse as to require separate skill sets. A project is not a release plan. This should not be targeted for what's coming up just in November. It's also not a collection of unrelated items or a broadly scoped, as Ed calls it, a grab bag project. The project doesn't exist if it doesn't have a repo. You should very carefully consider the committer skill sets. We don't want to necessarily put two activities together into a single project if they need different sets of committers. This is going to be a little small. We have a project proposal template. It's on the wiki, and it's at the link from the previous slide. Phil talked about this during the TSC meeting. It goes across 2 slides. Just some of the high-level features. This is fairly short. It's not a lot of activity, a lot of information that we're asking for from each of the teams, but it's very important as we're considering it. Project name, description of what you're trying to do, scope for your project, and then some questions around architectural alignment. We've been talking this week and prior about a functional architecture, and it's very helpful when you're writing a project proposal to talk about how it ties in with that architecture. Also, resources. Who do you have signed up to work on this project? Other information, if there's seed code, where is it? The statement about vendor neutrality. If there's seed code that's coming from a proprietary code base, we want to make sure that you've scanned it and then you've gone through the source code looking for any trademark names or anything else that need to be removed. And a statement that it meets the board policy, including the IPR policy for the project. And then at the bottom, there's another section, which is key project facts. This is generally a repeat from material earlier in the presentation, but putting it all together at the end makes it much easier for Linux Foundation release engineering to set up your repos and get all the permissions correct.
Hey, Chris, could you show the slides?
Yeah. Oh, I'm not on Zoom. Excuse me a second. Problems with the Wi-Fi, sorry. Okay. Hopefully this is working now. So when you're writing your project proposal, think about 6 questions. The who, what, when, where, why, and how. The basic ones from high school. Who's going to be doing the work? What is it that you're proposing to do? When are you going to deliver? What's your starting point for your plan? Information, where will you put your deliverables? Why should we do this? And how does this fit with the rest of the architecture, the other projects that will be coming in? So best practices for a successful proposal when you're writing it. Um, First of all, we want to be open as a community. And in order to ensure this, new proposals should include 3 to 4 different organizations, including at least one operator, and it's better to have more. Um, it's best not to do a single company project. So when you're writing your proposal, I know that you know people within your company and can get some committers pretty quickly, but reach out, especially while we're here together. Find people from other companies who might be interested, and try to sign them up for the project. Try to get some commitments. It would be ideal to get, if a typical project has 4 or 5 committers, it would be ideal that they spread across the community. Circulate the draft proposals among the community to obtain feedback before presenting on a TSC call. In the charter, we mandate a 2-week window. Post the proposal draft on the wiki under the proposed project section 2 weeks in advance. Send an email to the TSC. And then while it's being reviewed, contact people who you think might be interested and try to sign them up. And don't just send a message to the TSC list and say, we've got this project proposal, anyone interested, please contact me. Find people you think that might have the right skill set and call them on the phone or drop them an email or Slack or IRC or whatever mechanism you can. But do the personal outreach. It will get you the best set of committers the fastest, and help to refine your proposal and help to make it accepted within the community. Next, TSC is going to give preference to project proposals that are based on the new functionality instead of replacing functionality with a new proposal. Overlap gets tricky. We don't have any specific prohibition against it, but it will be harder to approve those projects when they come in. And it's going to require much greater review from the TSC. So if you can find a new area that hasn't been addressed yet and focus your proposal there, it helps. Also, if you're committing code as seed code for these projects, make sure you scan it. Pathology, Sonotype, Black Duck, etc., other open source audit tools to make sure that the code is ready for open source and doesn't have any licensing violations. And Andy will make sure that I tell you, please don't bring in binaries from other organizations. Andy's preventing that. Okay. So proposal template. Generally speaking, we prefer that you do this on the wiki. With OpenO, we also used PowerPoint. Occasionally, we would do meetings in hotels, and the Wi-Fi wouldn't be ideal. It's the same information either way, but when you can do it on the wiki, it facilitates online review and TSC meetings on the web. Also, if you make any changes during your project proposal, make sure that the copy on the wiki is the latest version. I have a link in my slides to the project proposal template that Phil mentioned. So let's walk through an example. First, there's the overview section, project name, repository name, and description. In project scope, what's the problem that you're solving? Why can't you solve it in existing projects? And how do you propose to solve it? You'll be clear up front about your problem statement so that when the TSC is reviewing this, we understand why this is important. In the IETF, they have a term HBU, harmless but useless. And that's for projects or for IETF drafts that come into the community. They don't really provide much value, but they don't cause any harm. That's really a waste of people's time. We don't want to have HBU projects, especially with the aggressive schedule that we're going to be trying to deliver on. So to make it easy for the TSC, be clear up front about why is this important. Next, architectural alignment. How does the project fit with the ONAP architecture? How does it fit with external standards and specifications groups? And are there dependencies with other open source networking projects that we should call out, such as APIs and interfaces, integration testing, et cetera? If you think that the architecture needs to change, talk about that first with the group that's working on architecture. If you change the architecture in your project proposal, it will cause delay. There will be a lot of discussion, and it'll be painful to get your project approved. So have those discussions up front with the relevant architects, and then when you come to the TSC, that will speed up the approval. Resources. This is for commitments. Who is signed up to work on your project? List the developer names and their affiliation. Don't list proposed partners. Don't put anyone's name on your slide if they haven't agreed to it. That will just cause bad feelings, and it will cause confusion among the TSC members trying to vote on the projects and trying to approve it. Also, contact people. Usually the PTL is the spokesperson for the project. Product owner is the scrum master, is the recruiter, is generally the leader for the project. But sometimes one person doesn't have all those skill sets, and you may want to spread some of the roles around in the project team. And that's okay. Just let everybody know up front, and put it in your project proposal so that if people from the TSC or from other projects need to contact your project, they know to whom they should talk. In the release plan, we're separating this out a little bit. We want to have a release plan that's independent from the project proposal, but we do need to know a little bit up front that you have a reasonable, if you're going to be in the release, that you have a reasonable plan in terms of your scope that you'll be able to deliver on. And then any items that you've identified for longer term delivery. And it's okay, as it says up here, if you want to be included in a future release. If you have a great idea for projects, but you know it won't be ready in time for release 1 in November, it's going to take you a year to develop this, but you want to get going early, put in the proposal. We may deprioritize the review of that until we get through some of the other work, but it's worthwhile having the discussion and starting the work early, even if it's going to take a while to deliver. What are your basic goals and what are your stretch goals, and what do you know that's a gap that you won't deliver in the current release, but it's on your roadmap, let's see, any identified gaps, and then the longer term roadmap. Other information is links to seed code if applicable. This is really to include for completeness, and then for Linux Foundation release engineering, if they need to import seed code into your repositories, then it will help them with that setup. Let's see, vendor neutral. Have you done your scans, and have you removed any trademarks or logos or product names? And then a statement that you meet the governing board policies. And then a list of key facts that you've already presented earlier in the proposal. Things to avoid is changing the architecture during the project proposal process. These should be talked about with the architects and ONAP up front before the new project is proposed. Otherwise, it will slow the process down significantly. Also avoid duplicating, moving, or changing functionality in existing projects unless you have support from the existing project team or the component was designed to be modular and you're adding a driver or some other plugin. Otherwise, it's going to cause confusion and slow the approval process. Also, avoid listing companies as proposed contributors. Talk to them first. Invite them in first. Get their names and commitments first. Don't put them on the slide if they haven't signed up for it. What the TSC voters are considering. Open source is a gift economy. You're bringing forward a project because you think that it's valuable to you and it's probably valuable to other people as well. Generally speaking, it's good practice for the TSC. If the project is going to help us, we absolutely want to accept it. If it's neutral to us but it's valuable to you, it's definitely worth the consideration. Some of the criteria that the TSC voters will be using then is your project addressing a real problem? How does it affect the other projects? Are there dependencies on other projects? Is it going to require them to make changes to accommodate you? Identify these up front so that we can identify the impacts. Does this advance the architecture? How does it fit with the release? As Mazen has said numerous times, it's very important to deliver on time. Would this project increase the risk of delivering on time or not? Is this something that can reasonably support it? Does it support the use case? Do you have enough resources for your project? And are the resources new or are you drawing from other projects? Also, will this project make ONAP more attractive to service providers? And is this interesting to more than one company? The more that you can involve other members, the better, because that signifies the value of your project. If you only have a one company project, it's probably only valuable to your company. But when you spread it across, then that shows more industry acceptance. And I have a short example proposal. This really is short in terms of what you have to write. Ed talked earlier about this taking about 15 minutes if you have your information in check. So let's talk about one particular example. I tried to draw on something that no one here would actually propose, so I don't step on toes or I don't provide inadvertently a starting point for someone's project proposal that goes in the wrong direction. So let's take a project Skynet. The project name is Skynet and the repository is Skynet. And the project description, we know that trouble tickets are very expensive for operators and more than 50% of the trouble tickets are caused by human error. So this project aims to reduce the trouble tickets through neural network based artificial intelligence. We also have active countermeasures to prevent human-caused errors. So the project scope is that we want to reduce network errors and trouble tickets through AI and robotics. We have APIs and interfaces that we've defined. We have a southbound interface that connects to the SO northbound, and we have an open robot driver. Testing and integration plans will have 50% unit test goal by M4, developing the CSIT test for the integration lab. Features and functionality would be AI-based networking and active error countermeasures. Architectural alignment, this extends the user interface, provides a common AI service, and adds the robot controller interface. I've got a picture on the next slide that shows where this would fit. This consumes and extends the self-awareness protocol specification. And then we have dependencies to other open source projects. We use PANA for the analytics framework. and we have the Open Robot Project 800 and 1000 series robots. Architectural alignment, we add 3 components, the Skynet portal that goes into the portal section, the AI that ties in with DCAE, and the robot controller that will plug into the framework. Resources, we've got 3 people. John Connor is going to be the contact person with Miles Dyson and Thomas Anderson supporting, and they're not plugged into any other ONAP projects. For the first release, we're doing a minimum viable product to do the CRUD functions through the service orchestrator, AI platform to detect human-caused errors and interface to the T800 robots, longer term support for T1000 robots, and multi-site and operator-to-operator interfaces. Other information, we don't have any seed code. Project is vendor neutral and doesn't contain any code from commercial products, and it meets the board and IPR policy. And then a quick rehash of the key facts. And that's all. So any questions? Please.
I have three questions or remarks. One is we should figure out, based on the proposal, how the project will be monitored. It's not about making it to a release. It's also from a TSC would like to know, what is the maturity, the evolution, the progress in the project. So somehow we have to figure out how the proposal should include how would we monitor. Okay. The second thing is, if you're bringing a seed code, which is one of your proposals, it's important. There's code and there's code. Okay. And it's important to understand the maturity of a code. There's code that's been written in the past 1 week, and there's code that's been in development and production for the past 5 years. Okay. So I think we have to ask about levels of maturity, whether this is test code or production code, for example. The third one is, I know you said project is a lifetime kind of, or a long term. From other open source communities that I've looked at, they seem to have a life of their own. And projects seem to increase in numbers. And suddenly we end up with 50 and 70 and 80 projects. We've got to have an exit criteria. When you put a proposal together, we can, as a committee, agree on a lifetime, cycle for that lifetime, time frame for that project. Maybe we should be thinking about approval for a period, let's say a year, okay? And then the TSC will have to come back and agree whether to renew for another year. But it can be an indefinite approval for a project. These are just comments I wanted to.
Yes, this is for the last one. This is where we tie into the release plan. So we have the approval to work to have the scope for a general body of work, which is the project, and then there would be a release plan for the project. That would be the immediate one would be for a November timeframe, and I know we're going to talk about that this afternoon. And then after November, there'd be a planning phase for release 2. And let's say that's next April or May, just picking dates out of the air. The project would have to come back and say, here's my release plan for release 2. And then the TSC would have to say whether we want to invite that project back or we think that the work is done or the resources would be better spent elsewhere.
So just make sure I understand. On every release, we are basically renewing your license to continue as a project. Is that how you said it? That's how he said it. Is that right, Phil?
In a sense, every release, it is to the pleasure of the TSC as to what's part of that release or not. Okay, and projects can become dormant. They can become, unstable. There are lots of reasons why you may choose not to have it as part of the release. And then you go through the process of archiving that project because of it's not needed, or again, the people who were working on it go away, or what have you. So
who makes that decision to archive?
TSC.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that the number of projects don't just.
Yeah, well, and it's actually 2. So the actual committers in the PTL of the project can voluntarily say, you know what, we're done.
Yeah.
Or if there is an activity, then the TSC has the ability to step in and say, these guys aren't around. But regardless, when that happens, they're not part of the release anymore because they're not they're not actively saying, can we be part of the release? So they fold out that way. Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Question.
Hi, Chris. Good presentation. So, following the example that you just gave, how are we as a community, or how are we going to find out whether the features or the functionalities that are required by this KaiNet project are or are not actually implemented within the existing platform? And the point that I'm trying to make is we need to make sure that the project leader or coordinator fully understands the capabilities that exist within the platform so that we don't go off and develop something that already exists.
This is where the project team will work with the TSC. TSC has responsibility for the oversight of essentially everything that's being delivered into the release. And the PTL is the spokesperson, generally speaking, for that project. You know, the best practice is that the project will be periodically coming back to the TSC on some of these TSC calls to talk about essentially the status, and then also at the milestone dates there will be templates to fill out, you know, so that we have full transparency. Essentially, the burn down chart, you know, the work that's being done. There are some checkpoints to tie back in with the architecture and make sure that we're staying in alignment. So there are some mechanisms through the TSC process to balance out and give us some assurance that we are delivering what we need to on time.
And just going to add to that is that we're going to make all these voting in the open. So if someone in the community feels that that project is a replication of work that already exists, then please be vocal. Send me a note or send it to the TSC. We clearly will not, we want to sort of not reinvent the wheel. So it's all in the open. Clearly the TSC is not going to vote on a project that the work is already somewhere in the platform of the
Just to also mention one of the things that you had brought up around the monitoring of a project and its state and its life cycle. That's actually something the TSC will want to create. We have a life cycle, we have incubation, we have mature, we need to define what those mean as a TSC and encourage projects through whatever incentives we can come up with as a community to have them go through those. If there aren't enough incentives, there's no motivation because there will be work involved in moving from one state to the other. So that's part of what the technical steering committee needs to actually map out for the rest of the community.
Questions?
I bring this point again and again, but is the part of project template itself, if we have APIs exposed by each project and then they are standardized, then it will increase interoperability between projects very, very well. So at the beginning or as a part of template, if we focus on the API exposed, and it should be in a way a starting point of the project development itself, so that these APIs are published, available, so that any project, other project, if it needs those APIs, they can really stub or use that.
Yes, that's part of the release process that we'll talk about later today. You do call out the APIs that you know at the project inception, and that was in the proposal template. And then also there are checkpoints. There's an API freeze. There are API checkpoints throughout the release process, so that if there are dependencies, we can make sure that the APIs between the two teams do line up. Anything else?
Given that we're 10 minutes over, if there aren't questions, we should move on.
Great.
Yeah. Oh, okay. It is 9:41. Till 10? Okay. All right. So let's take a break, a morning break. We'll have everybody back in here at 10. And at that point, we're going to talk. Stephen will then talk about the efforts that the TSC went through last night as we start to form our And from that, we'll get into small groups and really start to work on proposals. Okay, thanks. Back at 10.
As one project, but then during the subsequent discussion, we said maybe for the sake of going forward at the moment, given also the basis of the charter, actually we propose one project each for those. So that's a little bit different to the conclusion that we actually had inside the session itself, and it was more to say, okay, let's go and specify these individually, propose them as separate projects. So there should be one for the SDN controller and one for the network agent. No, I don't remember actually. The SDN agent, I don't remember we had them both there, whether we need to add a new line actually. Then there was one about let's say, to have a lab, have the software in the lab, perhaps even some documentation. We call that an open lab one there. I think we need to drill down to be a bit more clear about what we want on that one. Policy came up a number of times, so we called one policy framework. That was one that was on there. There was another one related to, a suggested one related to the portal. I said before, yeah, so I was a little bit wrong. I said before that for the sort of validation or validation that we might need a reference VNF, but I think we also said it's probably a different sort of code base, a different repo, so maybe it's a separate project. So we went and put that up there. There's one about service design and creation. So actually SDNC and the SDC. Phil, could you go change the SDC, last SDC to SDNC? That's aligned. Thanks. Another one that came from the common services was an optimizer framework. And some people think of this under the acronym SNIRO. Actually, I can't explain what that one means either. But it's the optimization framework. But so we thought there's one under there. There's one under service orchestration. Another project for organizing the training. And actually, when this came up, I was thinking, okay, what do we put into the repo for that? But of course, when you think about it, if we're going to actually have training, there will be training material that should be available. So it kind of makes sense. Pardon? Demos and tutorials. So we have Phil as a volunteer. The virtual function controller, that was one. The VNF SDK came up in a few places, but that we said was another project. And now I think we're at the bottom, right? Yes, we're at the very last one then. So in recap, we had these sessions on the different modules yesterday. These came back to a number of different proposals. We tried to filter these back down into groupings that we sort of thought made sense. Of course, a lot of it lined with the initial proposals, which made sense. And some of it we've pulled out to actually be separate because I think those discussions we felt would better align with a separate project. So what went into the discussions came out plus more. You want to take some comments, please?
So the OpenOVNF SDK and the ICE from eComp or from the AT&T, is these two, they overlap, yeah?
No, I actually think not. You'll have to help me out here, but I'll give you my...
Maybe or maybe not. So what we've decided to do, as opposed to having an argument about it, is let's have the people write the proposals and then have the developers talk to each other and then discuss to see if they should be one project or not.
Okay.
Maybe you're right. Honestly, there isn't one single person in this room who's an expert in both. There are people who are experts in one versus the other. So it's unfair to make a decision here
without having the developers talk to each other after proposals are written.
Okay,
Yeah?
we don't need to note that it's to merge. That is a future.
Actually, one of the things I'd like to do, okay, is that we're going to go through the process, what we're going to write up today. In the next couple of weeks, 2-3 weeks that we have, this is going to be open to everybody. The TSC, I'm going to ask the TSC, part of my job in the TSC is to identify where we see there is a potential, based on the write-up, potential overlap maybe, and get the developer communities from the respective companies to start talking to each other.
Okay.
So this is the discussion we're going to go through.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Then a follow-up question on the common services is, I try to really comprehend the description. It seems to be vague, as an IRO or something.
The optimization framework.
Yeah, the description seems to me it's vague, unless there is a target deliverable for that. Could we expand on that at some point?
Do we have
Wow. Are you a runner?
So the optimization framework is used for a couple of things. One of them is homing. So I see actually the multi-VIM homing locator there as a project of its own. But I think I would propose that those are merged. So the optimization framework is used both for change management, orchestration, homing, and other optimization use cases as well.
They could be merged.
Yeah, I would propose that it be merged unless anybody objects to it.
Yeah, we're not making that decision right now.
So I think part of the point is that people, I wasn't able to be in all the parallel meetings yesterday. So I assume there was actually some good discussions and good motivation for putting these things up. And then we tried to go ahead and filter. And as we go, and yes, so it's okay that it's vague here now. In the next step, it's not okay that it's vague. And as we drill down for that, people will start raising their hands and say, hey, I don't understand what this optimization is and what's the relation to the VIM. We sit down, we have to sort that out. And then it becomes clear. And if during that discussion, it comes back as something different to what is on here, that's okay. We're not sitting here saying it has to exactly be this. This was our starting point to get people to huddle around in order to come down for the clarity that we need to see, okay?
Okay. All right. So what we're going to do now is to go through contact names. It's actually probably going to be a group of 2 to 3 people. What we'll suggest is that we may even finish earlier this session. And we have a lunch all the way to 1 o'clock. I'd like to suggest, Chris has already put a template on the wiki. I'd like to suggest that small group of people to go and write and fill out that template before 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, we're going to start the release planning. That's the goal of at least what's going to happen. To have lunch together and get to know each other better. Okay.
My suggestion, Mazen, is on the first part where we put the contact name just on the first row for each of them, we could actually call for the volunteers and then Phil can go ahead and
yeah.
Right. And in terms of just a side note, in terms of where you guys can meet, I mean, we have this room here. We have the room upstairs here on the 4th floor. We have the room back where we had the demos and in that way. We don't have the room over on the other side behind the little cafeteria today, but we have all those rooms. So when you have the little groups, you can break out in any one of them, find yourself a corner to work at.
Actually, my plan here, I put up the room decoder ring just under project proposal kickoff. That's how these numbers actually work here on site. So along with contact names and the people, I'll actually put a room. Some of these rooms are large enough, you can huddle in 4 different corners of the room. So I'll try to assign rooms so people can actually go together to have some place to form that initial discussion, and then you can go off to lunch together. It's probably going to be the best way to flock. And if that works with everybody, that's what we'll do here.
You have a question?
Yeah. Would it be possible to have some time after lunch to work on these as well?
So what we'll do, we're going to go through the release planning from 1 to 2. And then after 2 o'clock, we have we'll have breakout sessions. So we'll do a little more, you know, from 2.
Yeah, 2 to 4 is actually another breakout session
Yeah.
for folks to get back together and continue to work.
Right. I probably want to bring everyone back earlier than 4, honestly, just so that we can see what we have, what we've come out with and things like that. But there will be a little more time. There'll be a little more time.
Some of us have some lunchtime commitments, maybe.
Okay.
So,
Okay. All right. So let's start with, again, I just want a group of 2 to 3 people who are subject matter expert. Let's start with AA and I. If you raise your hand, say who you are, where you're from.
And possibly spell your name, because I'm really bad at this.
Manisha Agarwal, AT&T. My last name Aggarwal.
Colin Burns, Amdocs, BURNS.
Okay. Any a third person, or we move on? I need at least 2 people. That's it. Oh, that's right.
Repeat the first name again.
Oh,
Manisha.
can I ask one question? So people can join one group or multiple group? Multiple or just one?
You know what? These groups are going to work all in parallel. So to be realistic, you're going to have to join a group.
Yep, pick one.
Okay. Okay. Let's. We have 2 people. If anybody's interested, you can still join them. But let's move on. App C. Again.
Avi Chapnick, CHAPNICK, Amdocs.
Anybody else? I'd like to have 2 people. Nobody? Okay. Funny that everyone had an opinion yesterday about App C. When it comes to the real work.
Yeah, Hector Anapan, AT&T. Yeah, my last name is ANAPAN.
Sorry, where are you from? I should know that. All right, clamp. Closed loop.
Ayush from Geo, AAYUSH from Geo.
Germain Marfan-Gecko, AT&T.
Okay.
Did
you get that?
AT&T.
Just one thing while they're taking those names as well. Sorry for interrupting there. When going through this work, and this to become more visible later as this gets shared, maybe you could also, if people are saying, look, I want to join this session, but I'm also interested in this, you could just take down the contact names as well as part of that, even if it's not part of the initial definition.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Nicolas Orange, COLAS. DCAE clamp.
No, this is clamp.
Clamp, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Colas, COLAS for DCAE closed loop using clamp.
Okay. Are you good? Good, Phil? Good to move on? Okay. CMO, change management.
Vijay Gopalakrishnan, AT&T.
Phil is still writing the name for the previous one. VJ.
Ritwik for.
That's probably the best thing to do. If you can come down and just show your badge to Phil, it's the best thing to do. All right. We need another name for CML. Another name for CML. Change management. Who's interested in software upgrades? No one is interested in software upgrades. Wow. Happens to be very important. Going once, going twice, sold. All right. I don't trust you, VJ, but that's okay. Thank you, VJ. Common services. We have the first common services, which is the ONAP deployment management. That also includes the OAM and platform manager and controller. Could you, we have two people here. David, just announce your name.
Yep. David Sauvageau, Bell, Canada. It is now. Okay. John Ng, AT&T.
Anybody else? Open to anyone. Yes, please. When people come down, their name is complicated. Take a picture, text it to Phil. It's faster. That's right. That's a good idea. The Zoom channel will be great. So the next one is you're okay, Phil? Okay. Common Services 2. This is the Common Controller Framework. A lot of discussions on the Common Controller Framework. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay, yeah. Just looking for.
Dan Timoney, AT&T.
Anybody else? Common Controller Framework. Again, this is about how do you come out with a framework, you know, that can encapsulate all these different controllers. Going once, twice, sold. Okay, DCAE. So this is Haven here. Analytics. I expect half of the room to stand up here.
Alok Gupta.
Okay.
AT&T.
Hold on, just 1 second.
Andrew Fenner Erickson.
Could you come down, please? Guys, come down. Anybody else for GCAE? Analytics, data collection. Come down. So I'll be honest with you that if you're going to be, these are parallel sessions. So realistically, you cannot be in multiple projects. It just means, so I don't know how this will work, honestly. Sign up for one project and do a really great job. It just doesn't make sense for people to sign up for multiple projects.
My suggestion for that is, of course, what you're saying is you have an interest in more than one project. Work with one to get the definition. Go over to the other team and say, hey, I'm interested. Can I also be a contact name in that?
Absolutely, you can.
Right, and I think I also want to repeat here, right? I mean, we are just getting project proposals. There's still going to be iterations online, right? So this is not the end of the proposal phase.
Yeah,
that's the beginning.
That is correct. Coming. We're in D. We still have to all the way to Z. Oh, I guess this was put as controller framework.
This is the framework.
This is the framework. This is not SDNC. This is the framework.
There is a separate one for
yeah,
SDNC.
there is a separate one. You're right. See, that's what I expected for DCAE.
Phil, I suggest actually at random we pick some of the people from this and reallocate them.
So, folks, please pick your battle, which projects you want to sign up for. Trying to limit yourself from signing up to too many because that means that you're not going to be contributing. And if you're just interested, just go to Phil later and say, I'm interested, as Stephen just said. Are we okay, Phil?
Or you can edit that page yourself and add your name to the list.
Messaging bus, DMAP. No, that's DCAE. Still DCAE. Messaging bus, DMAP. Who's interested in data flow? Did you sign up? Okay. Messaging bus. Huh? Yeah. We need one person. Came out from the Common Services team. Messaging bus. Anybody interested in putting some information together of a potential project on messaging bus? So this is like the lifeblood of the platform.
Myself, then it's pretty easy to put my name on too. So you can put my name there. I have a resource, Jack Murray. I have a resource I'll
Okay.
get.
Anybody else wants to be on the messaging bus? Okay. All right. Somehow I feel like everyone is waiting for something later. and I'm going to announce something and everyone's going to stand up. All right. It's going to be fun. Documentation. So this is really, every project is going to obviously do some documentation. This is about looking at it from the end user. So I was told that the Linux Foundation is responsible for documentation.
This is experience from all of our other projects.
So again, I just want to explain what this is, okay? Every project will have documentation. One of the things we felt very strongly as a TSC is that we need to look at ONAP from the end user view, from the product manager view, is that once we have a platform, what are they going to get? What are they going to use? They need to see documentation, training, everything from end to end, not projects. They care less about projects. They want to see something from end to end, a product. So documentation is sort of an end-to-end view, ensuring that everything just flows. I saw Rich Bennett raising his hand. Anybody else? Anybody else? Okay.
Here. Timo Perala.
Who else? Okay, great. Thank you. Did you get his name? Okay, Phil? Okay. External API integration. So this is sort of the integration to OSS, BSS, all the other external interfaces here. Very important. ONAP has to be communicating with other systems clearly. We need to make sure that we have a project that identify and create those APIs. Who's interested in the external APIs? Thank you. And please come down. Thank you very much. Anybody else wants to join Andy? External APIs? No? Yes. I was waiting to see which one you're going to raise in your hand. Okay. Good. V. Alex. No, Alex. V. U. L. Right? V as in Victor. Certification, onboarding, or validation. ICE. Steve Wright. Yep. Could you guys come down? Oh, we have 4 people. Oh, 5 people. Wow, it's a hot area. Sorry? Yeah. It's really good. It's good input. It's really good input. But this is a good opportunity to get to know other people. So, but it would be great if you're a subject matter expert. It helps a lot. Wow. Okay, Phil, you okay? The next one is common services, platform level testing. Platform. Integration, I apologize. Integration. Integration is a big area. So I expected Helen to raise her hand. Roberto, come down. Integration. Looks like this one is also an interesting area. Wow. We're good? All right, thank you. The next one is modeling. Modeling, this is it. This is like the Holy Grail. Amir has been waiting. Okay, modeling. Anybody interested in information model, data model, you know, tools for data modeling? Okay, what's your question? Let me get you a microphone.
I'm still unclear on, with respect to the modeling, which, I mean, the way it's defined, it's boiling the ocean. So if I want to be participating in those teams that are developing the information, let's say around hardware attributes of a VNF or whatever, as an example, is modeling project going to model everything and be responsible for modeling everything and have expertise around all the other core components that are creating information?
I don't think that is the goal, okay? At least based on what I heard yesterday, it's not. It is to create the tools to do that. There was some discussion about translations, whether that's even possible to do, okay, between models and things like that. But ultimately, every project, every use case is going to require a number of these models to be developed.
So you have to embed modelers in every project that's defining information.
We're going to have to figure out how this, I can't give you the full answer here. I don't want to say something that's premature, but clearly that this team is not going to be the one building every model for every project for every use case.
Okay, just want to clarify that.
Does that mean you're signing up or not? I've narrowed it down for you. I want you. Okay. Stephen, you had a question? Okay.
There are so many takers. Maybe these people can just discuss all the 5 modeling.
We only have one modeling.
Yeah, but there are projects. Modeling.
We're putting them all into one. Yes, they're all in one. Thank you, folks, for coming and volunteering to be part of this subcommittee. It's really great. A lot of activities here. Thank you. Okay. Common services. This one is, bless you. This is microservices bus, right? MSB, right? Is that what it stands? The B is bus. Okay. Bus. Oh, you have a question? You have a question? You want to sign up? Oh, you want to sign up? Okay. So as part of this effort, I just want to mention this is an important effort, and I know at the moment it's being thought a very narrow way. But one of the things we're very, very interested in ONAP is to start defining, and I know a lot of companies have been working on this already, is defining the principles, the guidelines, and the tools for creating microservices as well as part of this effort. ONAP is a microservices-driven architecture, and we want to drive it that way going forward. So this is also an important effort to ensure, just like we're going to do with the VNF, ultimately we're going to try to have guidelines and requirements and certification. We're going to do the same thing with the microservices. This is the bus part, but it will be a slightly larger than just a bus. So if anybody's interested, please sign up. Multi-Vim. Come on down. All the cloud providers, and glad to see you, Sean, here. So again, if you're interested in a multi-cloud strategy in ONAP, it will be a multi-cloud strategy. So please sign up. By the way, at the end, I'm going to ask the question, who hasn't signed up yet? So just want to let you know, I'll be signing up too. Just want to let you know, you cannot escape. SDNC. Yep. That's a hot area too. You want to say something?
Question this one. This one it's SDNC has been one, and then we got the SDN agent being actually another project as well that we should separate out. That's what we said last night because there were different objects there. That's why you have network controller and CNC.
And folks, please remember, when you do the write-up today, just remember that we're going after the first release, fourth quarter. Chris went through one of the criteria is the risk. So just remember the risk here. We're really not trying to boil an ocean. This is not a wish list. This is about something, what can we actually go and do?
Sorry, I agree. But we also need to keep in mind the definition of the project will go beyond the first release.
Correct.
But we have to be clear about what we expect as a deliverables from the first release.
Correct.
We need the long-term intent plus the deliverables.
Correct. Absolutely. So if you want to put it in phases and say phase one, this would be the first release. Wonderful. That's sort of an ideal response. Open lab. Thank you. Open lab. So we clearly need to create, deploy software in certain labs. Thank you. I don't know, we haven't decided how many labs we're going to have, but okay, Phil? Oh. Okay. All right, we can move on. Policy. Come down. Well, actually, we know your name already. Yeah. So this is the policy framework, the policy engine, the policy language. Yeah. Did he put Alex in there? I didn't see it. He did? Okay. Again, sign up for one. It's pushing it, but you could do one more. You know, I think realistically that's as much as. Anybody else for policy? Yeah, Norman? That's yes. Virtually. Bobby, are you in Middletown?
Yes, I am.
Okay, in that case, it's fine. So for new proposals outside this list was driven by what this community decided to do yesterday. I know that there are certain people who are not able to attend. So what I would suggest is if a bunch of folks who are not able to attend want to put a new proposal, then please do so. The template is online. I'll tell you that the focus will be to trying to get the basic integration between OpenO and eCom done and trying to support the use cases that we talked about yesterday. Just trying to get that foundation in. We cannot stop anybody from submitting a lot of other proposals. You could submit any proposal you want, but some proposals we may not get to them because they may not impact the first release. So if you have a proposal that you think is pivotal, it was not discussed yesterday because you were not in the room, and it's pivotal for the first release, please go ahead and put that template together. I think that answers the question. Did you add a couple of people on the policy? Okay, the ones on the text, they're wanting to be added. Okay, I think we're good to go. So we've done, I think we've done the policy framework. Portal. The ONAP portal. Yeah, I really want to work on that project. Folks, while we're getting, any other names for portal? Okay, we can move on. Reference VNF. So these are the reference VNFs we're going to be using and leveraging. I think we have a few of those already. Virtual firewall, VDNS. We really want to drive a lot more reference VNFs through that process that people talked about yesterday. Anybody else interested in reference VNF? No, it's not part of it. The hope is that whatever we validate, certify, everything, ultimately should be a reference VNF. And reference VNF was what we'll use for the demos as well. Could you just give?
I wasn't in that discussion, but my interpretation was that we'd also have something that could, let's say, be stable. That so when we're doing the upgrades, that we can understand, has this got a positive or negative impact on the platform? Has the characteristics gone bad? So it might be able to stress some different aspects there. But Mazen, one thing with the reference VNF, that actually could be delayed, the start of that, if we had to as well.
Tell me what.
It could actually be delayed, the start of that,
sure,
as well.
Anyway, if you're interested, please sign up. I know people are coming after a second, third thought and asking Phil to add them into some previous ones. So, okay, the next one is, I think it was SDNC, the next one. SDNC. Service design and creation. This is service. What did I say? SDC. Sorry. SDC. Thank you, Margaret. Anybody else? So while we're waiting, we're going to make a slight change to the agenda. We're going to finish this in a few minutes. And then we're going to go through, we've decided just to delay lunch a bit because we do need to put those proposals together. So what we're going to do is we're going to have the release planning. Once we finish this, we're going to do the release planning. And we'll finish the release planning. And then after the release planning, we will give people an extended lunch. We'll give them about 2 hours, 2.5 hours maybe, to have lunch, get together. So you'll have a much more extended period that you would have had otherwise. Well, we'll come back to the room assignments, okay? Okay, so we'll finish this. We'll do the release planning. Hopefully that will take us like 12:15. And we will not come back until probably 3 o'clock. So you'll have quite a big chunk of time to have lunch, get together as teams, and put those proposals together.
Yeah, and I will assign rooms that I will add to the top of each one of these columns so people will know where to congregate. Okay, so yeah, that's what we'll do after release planning. Actually, I'll be populating it while Gilda is going through the release plan.
Okay. SNIRO. How many people know what SNIRO stands for? How many non-AT&T people know what SNIRO stands for? Apart from shocker. Actually, it sounds like medicine. We have some really good marketing people. It's the optimization framework. Infrastructure, service, infrastructure, and optimization. We'll just get people to write their proposals. We're going to do a release planning. We're not actually going to start yet. You want them, Ala wants everyone to work already. Okay. If you're interested in optimization, resource optimization, any form of optimization of the platform, this is the one. Okay? Service orchestrator. Shocker, you've got to stand up. Service orchestrator. So, who's interested in so? Service orchestrator. Service orchestration layer. Anybody else? Okay. Good. The next one is training. So these are the videos and the training. One of the things that you're going to hear that we're going to have a major, very large developer conference later in the year once we have our first release. So, so this is training and videos for the platform, how to use the platform. Who's interested in that end experience? Everyone here is a developer or an architect? No? And experience. You need a product manager too. Okay, we have no takers. No takers. They put my name again? Is there anybody online? I'm fine with that. You can put my name. Anybody else online interested in this? Okay, we'll just put my name for now. We'll find someone. Say that again? Yeah, I've contacted the marketing committee. They feel that the TSC also has to have a key input in here. So yes, we will. Phil and I will take it to the marketing committee, but they do need somebody from the TSC to be sort of the evangelist.
We need technical experts, right, to help develop the training.
Exactly.
We need content experts. So.
And people who can see things from the end user level to help the marketing committee. Could you add Emran with me?
Yeah, I'm in the marketing committee already. My name is Nermin Mohammed.
Yeah, just add her with me. Nermin, I think Nermin, Mohammed, Mohm. Okay. The VFC. I think I already have Chris who volunteered. Oh, I'm sorry. Apology. Lingley on the VFC. Anybody else wants to be on the VSC? Nobody? Okay, I have good takers already. No? Okay. The next one is the VNF SDK. So I have Chris, who was interested. If you guys can come down. This is like the certification. Same people on both. This tells us quite a bit. Everyone is interested. Hot area. Stephen. We should have had a cap. Oh, Chris is not there even? I think he was the first one who wanted to be there. Sorry, Chris. What else do we have here? Alarm correlations. That was a separate project?
Madam, sorry, this project comes from my colleague who is not in this meeting. So I just added it here. Maybe we can work out the proposal remotely and get back to the TSC later. Okay.
So let me ask a question. So this didn't come from yesterday's session, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So does this belong? Is this part of? Would you see this as part of DCAE?
We think it's application based on DCAE.
It's like a microservice. It's an analytic microservice.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's going to be several of those we need for the use cases, right?
Okay.
Because we need to have several of these analytic or data collector microservices.
Yeah.
Do you mind if we put that as, if whoever it is interested in this, can we put that as part of the DCAE discussion?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we don't have people to join this.
That's okay. What we can do is that the people in the DCAE who are going to be getting together, maybe they can do a bridge or a Zoom or somebody who is virtual.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. And
so who's the name?
Junjie Liu.
Could you give it to Phil and ask him to add it to the DCAE?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did we miss anything? Anyone has any questions? I think we finished, right, Phil?
Hi, I have one question. So for some of the tasks, some of the group is a pretty small number of people over there. So if like 1 or 2 or 3 people, they cannot get an agreement. Basically, they have 2 or 3 or multiple proposals. So what's the expectation from the TLC?
What we tried to do yesterday, we tried to reduce that debate. There were some debates yesterday about certain components, so we split them into separate proposals. If there is a real debate, I mean, go ahead and write up the proposal and identify that there was a debate between two different approaches. And we could review this and suggest whether we'll split or not, or pick go in one direction or the other.
Well,
So write it down. Just go ahead and write it down and identify that there was no agreement.
One other thing that, sorry, Mason, one other thing to keep in mind, in this, it's not an architect, in the project scope, it doesn't have to be an architectural thing. It's more a scope of work thing. So if you can find alignment around the scope of work, even if there's differences about the best way you want to do that, I think that's a very good starting point.
Yeah. Want to say something?
Yeah, I think I'm actually a little confused now by the process. Originally, we thought we would have now names at every project, which would actually write the proposal right away. But when I was just watching this, there are people signing up for 5, 6 links. I mean, how are we gonna?
So what we said, okay, is that because all these things are happening in parallel, even if you sign up for 2, 3 things, just pick your session, go and contribute in that write-up. The fact that you're on others, whether you go there or not, we're taking that as a sign of interest, that you're interested in some of the other sessions as well. We understand you may not be the one contributing in the write-up. We just wanted to make sure that for every one of those, there's at least one person who is dedicated, going to be there, and not jumping around from one place to the other.
Right, because I mean, there are a lot of people which have interest in a lot of different of those projects.
I
right?
totally understand. I totally understand. Yes. I think it's positive in a way, but you've got to, if you put your name in more than one place, you do need to pick your battles, and you need to contribute to the write-up. If you guys are good, you finish your write-up early, you can plan the other one a little later, an hour later or something. So you can probably get two of them done. Okay. Are we done, Phil? Bless you. I think we're done. We're done. Okay. So Phil is going to put the room numbers. Okay. We need what?
The top one. One name to. So you know what? Given that these folks should just form, let's go around to each one of the. I'll go around to each one of the projects and get a lead that's responsible.
Yeah, could you just highlight
exactly.
the lead?
We'll bold that name.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the lead just means just follow that person to where the place is going to be. Just so that.
Yep. Yeah. Someone. Okay. Very good. And Jonah, you ready to go?
So you're gonna do that.
Yep. Give us just a moment to logistically switch things around here.
Yeah, I know. And I need to share. Yes, we already did it. Okay. Look at that. No, that's mine. Yes. Sounds good. And show me about the chat things. That's what you want, Casey?
And here we go. I am Gilda Langelis. I'm going to present the ONAP release planning draft proposal. So this is the work we have been working on with all these people in the last 10 days. And here's what we come up with. No, it's not an empty calendar. So when we come to release planning, we came up with these dates. First one here is this face-to-face in New Jersey, and we came up with the date of November 2nd for the release delivery. Multiple times we said it would be in Q4, and we came up with that. I wanted to share with you some perspective on how we came to that date. Believe it or not, when you involve a large community as we are, national holidays and the events like today are very important when you plug them in a calendar. And here what it is. So this week we are here in the green box here in face-to-face in New Jersey. This morning during the TSC meeting, we decided we were going to have the face-to-face in China at the end of the second week. Somewhere around, we would like to have some other face-to-face with our developers. I put some question mark here because we don't know yet when those are going to happen, but putting things into perspective. Then later we have some vacation here. I guess, yeah. I need to move box a little bit because Zoom is, yeah, hold on. Move, yeah, and it should auto disappear. It should auto, but it's not. Okay. Thank you. So then end of September, beginning of October, there are some people in China, Israel. I know there's a New Year there, so it's important. Then maybe some face-to-face meeting, more to come later in November. I know Thanksgiving here, end of November for the US, Canada. And after that, December will come very quick. We do have a developer workshop that we would like to plan as well for the end of the year. So that's the high level on the national holidays and event. On the left side, on the blue side, it's already appearing here. I have what I call the swim lanes deliverables. The perspective here is focusing on 8 categories of deliverables. The first one is a project team. I'm going to press one more time on the space bar here. You are going to see a lot of bullets coming in, and we'll spend a lot of time there. That is my last slide. So that's the good news, but we'll spend time. So here it is. The first thing I would like to make people aware of and pay attention to is this first blue line on the top here, what I call the train. We would like to use an agile approach to our software development, meaning 2 weeks iterations. During those 2 weeks iteration, it will be up to each project to get themselves organized, to get a bit of design done, a bit of coding, a bit of testing, and a bit of documentation. So those iterations are 2-week approach. Then all the bullets here represents the views of from a release management, or if I may formulate another way, the view from TSC perspective on the milestones that we would like to achieve. The first one here is the intent, open intent to participate, and that is the exercise we just did. We collected some names earlier this morning, and Chris only presented the slide deck and the wiki in order for each team to present their project. So that's where we are here on May 5th. We would like to have all the projects being submitted by May 15. That's 2 weeks from now. And ideally, we would like to have those projects being approved by the TSC by the beginning of June. There is another thing going on in parallel here that we talk a lot already. These are the end-to-end release use case. We talk about it, they are being refined. The TSC will go to the those use case and will get them approved. The earlier we get them approved, the better we are. Moving on here on the timeline, by the end of June, right now around June 29, we would like to have all the project deliverable defined, meaning here that each team comes with a page in the wiki presenting what is the project scope, how that scope is aligned with the architecture, what are the API that they depend on, what are the API that we provide to the other project, what are the risks for the projects. So for that, we do have some draft material that we have used for OpenO for each team to fill out and to make those deliverables into the wiki. Moving on in the journey, we have beginning of August, the functionality freeze. So what does this mean? It means that by this date, we would like the team to stop adding new functionality within the product. If we don't do that, we will never be able to release. At one day, we need to stop adding new functionalities. Okay. Then moving on, at one point as well, you need to freeze your API. There are some, by respect for the other team that you are working with, you need to be able to say, this is the API that we are providing to the community. Does this mean that this is engraved in the marble and cannot change? Certainly not. We want to have an agile approach. But if you make change after that, you will need to bring that up to the TSC so we can take an informed decision and be sure that the whole community is aware. I think transparency here is critical when working in an open source project. And by fairness to all the participants, this information is critical. Then we will continue on September 14 here. We have plugged the date for the code freeze. So there, all the functionality are supposed to be coded. No new features that was before, that was code freeze, but that was functionality freeze, sorry. Now code freeze, all the features you add in, they are frozen. And then we start the cycle of RCs, release candidate 0, 1, 2, and we hit the sign-off date by November 2nd. In parallel here for the project team, I put it on the separate swim lanes. What we would like to have is having the test case being defined. So each project is going to have 1 to n components. Questions, how are they going to test those? So each team needs to define and says clearly, here is how we are going to test this particular component in our project. We would like to have those ideally test case defined by same date as the functionality freeze. If done earlier, good, better. See that date here, okay, as the latest date where you should have those test cases defined. Then around the API freeze, we would like to have at least 50% of those test cases being implemented. That's what we did in OpenO. It worked pretty well. We didn't do it that way for the first release, but we had a strong demand from the community to have some date and some target being engraved in the calendar, so people know the target they would like to reach. By code freeze, we would like those test cases here all being implemented. And then by RC zeros, I call it test case being stitched. So here is a step back. Remember, each team has its own modules, and now it is about making the connection between all those modules within each team and then between the larger community. So that around RC0 by end of September. In parallel of that, there is another swim lane integration testing. The first big milestone for that is what I call here the end-to-end release test case define. Okay, we will have the end-to-end release use case being approved. Once it is approved, we need to decide how we are going to test that from a hand-to-hand perspective. Okay. There is a big white space here. I do expect the integration and testing team will come with some intermediate milestones, but we do want by the end, around the code freeze, have those end-to-end release test case implemented. Okay. In parallel, we do have also the hardware lab. I don't know how many labs we are going to have. Looks like multiple candidates here. But at one point, we need to have the vendor equipment being defined, whether it is open source or vendor, we need to have that being defined. Later on here, we need those equipment being delivered so they can be installed and have the lab ready by approximately mid-September around the code freeze. And then there is the RC cycles here. So let me move that fellow chat window. Here we are. Let's continue the journey. There is a CI/CD and between brackets here put on Linux Foundation. It's mainly for Andy and his team. Once they have all the repo being defined, all the committers being defined, they need to do some work and make that available for everyone. I think this is the only milestone for you, Andy. But we can add, certainly. Moving on the architecture, we discussed architecture this week. You know, more is certainly going to come. But what we would like is that by the release, by the project deliverables, we would like each project teams being able to present their internal architecture. How many modules they have, some block diagram, possibly some sequence diagram. What is the workflow here between each of their module? Earlier, I talked about the API freeze. I want to point as well, before the API freeze, we need to have that documentation, meaning the signature of those IPN as well, documented and available. We may want to add other milestones that would be open to discussion. From a documentation perspective, we need to have a plan defined, and that would be great to have it as well by end of June. Somewhere down the line, have some documentation ready for review, and some of the documentation, for instance, like the some installation guide, will need to be available earlier so that the other team can start installing the components and playing with it. Some of the documentation items may come later, but I do expect that being defined in the plan here. Same for training. Earlier I was mentioning here there is a dev workshop being planned for the September, but that means some materials needs to be available. And so those materials needs to be defined as well, reviewed and completed. Every team will certainly participate in those deliverables, but it's important that they are plugged into the release planning. Let me move again that box here. Yeah, all good. Last but not least, there is another swim lane that I call here install and upgrade. I think we saw some project earlier this morning around that, but it's important that we define what are the different type of installations that we as a community are going to propose. If we want those, if we want ONA being successful, we understand that something for the developer easy to install needs to be something easy to install, and something easy to use needs to be available for them. So we need to define that. We would like to have as well this deployment, depending on what we define, being automated, so that it can ease the deployment. Maybe in later release we can discuss about some tool to scale that out, but I think it might be premature for the first release. And it's also about the upgrade. And yesterday we had one or two words on that. It was about the architecture principles, where we discussed about ONA being backward compatible. So when we move from release 1 to 2, how do we upgrade? How do we ensure that we upgrade properly all our components? So that would be as well on one of the focus. Someone is asking, can I get the PowerPoint in the wiki? Yes, certainly. Right after this meeting, the PowerPoint will be in the wiki. That slide deck is already in the wiki. So that's cover what I wanted to address. I'm sure I'm going to have questions. Please.
Yes, couple of inputs on the architecture swim lane. So on the architecture swim lane, I believe we should also add the deployment architecture definition.
Say it again, I cannot hear. Can you?
On the architecture swim lane, I suggest that we should also define the deployment architecture as part of that track, because there are many components of ONAP like the DCAE, which can be deployed at the edge and centrally both. So as part of architecture, we should define that. What are the possible deployment architectures for ONAP? That is the first input. So functional and deployment architecture.
Okay.
Both. The second suggestion is that for freezing the API documentation, we can probably agree upon a method of documenting those APIs, something like a Swagger type framework. Because once we have that in place, then interoperability and versioning of the APIs across so many components, that will become easier. So that is something that we can discuss.
Yeah, we will need to discuss when it comes to Swagger on tooling. We will need to sit with with the mind, we're sitting there and discuss further about that. But yeah, okay, thanks. If you don't mind, just put your comment in the wiki. I would really appreciate.
I will put the comment.
Thank you.
So much.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
I have two unrelated questions. One is to the hardware lab. So why are we assuming there will be a hardware lab? I was expecting maybe we can have the integration lab in Asia or something. So I suggest that.
I guess they are the same, but I guess they are the same. Here, okay, let me maybe step back. I understand we are doing a lot of virtualization, but at one point we need a place in the world where we do have those servers, those switch.
No,
that's what I told
I
you.
understand. I'm just saying saving the delivery time and everything and starting from Asia or something can save time. Just a suggestion.
Oh, okay.
We can decide on that.
Okay.
The other thing is there's a rumor going around that AT&T have some ecom code that they're eager to contribute, newer ecom code that they're eager to contribute to ONAP, something about release 17 versus 16. So my question is, do we need a milestone for that event to happen? Because the earlier it happens, the more stable release plan we'll have.
Yeah.
So that one is already happening. I think if you go, we're not creating a new repos. It's actually in there. If you look today, it's 1707. We're putting it in there. Got to understand from an AT&T, we're in production. We have this deployed already, and we can't stop. So as we are creating, debugging and adding functionalities, we want to make sure that we work on the ONAP as a platform and not diverting our code from ONAP. So we continuously contribute to the repos as we go and as we create the next release. So that's happening already. And for the lab, yes, the Asia lab is what they're being used for OpenO. We're going to leverage that. But we are also going to create other labs. Potentially, we'll be creating one in the US and one in Europe. Okay. Whether that will be for the first release, it's not a showstopper right now, but we do plan to have multiple labs to also be able to do other experiments and to understand performance, latency, etc.
Yeah, and just a comment on kind of updating the releases. I mean, when you look right now at the code, there's actually a release which is labeled 1.0.0, and that it's not officially a release, so I don't know what I call it. There's a branch which is labeled 1.0.0, right? And that one has the code base in from last year, and that's the one you actually use for demos because it actually demos right now. It works. There's a branch which is called the main branch, which is 1.1.0 right now, and that one is all the new code which is coming in, and it's right now not in the state where it actually works.
So is that a non-app release?
It's not well, this is one of those things,
Yeah.
right? I mean, the official first ONAP release will be November 2nd,
yes.
Right?
Yep.
I don't know what you call what we contribute in seed code. So,
Seed code,
so it's two versions of seed code, or it's an improved version of seed code, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. So just while people have questions, I will be posting those materials. Please feel free to comment, make suggestions. If not now, later in the wiki.
I expected a lot of questions on this. It's a very aggressive agenda, and this is something that we'll collaborate, all of us, to make it happen. It's very, very important that we have a first release this year. Extremely important, and we're targeting that first week of December to have the developer conference. We think that's our only chance. Get a release early November. Give people 3 weeks. There are also some holidays in November. Get familiar with the code. Check it out. And first week of December, we'll have a major developer conference.
Actually, it's probably a stupid question, but what is the relationship between this seed code that is sort of a moving target because it keeps updating, and the projects that we have just identified and we are developing? So how do they relate? Basically, the seed code keeps evolving by itself because you'll be like sharing more and more code, and the projects will be all going in parallel, completely independent, or you expect projects to synchronize with the seed code somehow? And does the seed code follow the same guidelines as the project contributions? You know, is it being reviewed or is it basically a backdoor to the project? So
No,
how does that work?
to make things simple, if I just may, see the seed code as what you bring to the community. And then the community will continue to improve that seed code.
Well, so let me actually try to, because I mean, philosophically you're completely right, but there are very practical problems of what we are doing in the next 2.5 weeks, right? And so you know, so the seed code we are currently updating onto our current code base, right? In the next couple of weeks, if I understand this right, there will be projects created. That's actually the first time really officially there can be real repos which are associated with ONAP as a project, right? Because or as initiatives, because then the projects are formally created. If you look at the list of projects, if the main ones get created, which are listed there, which you know I hope they will, that would mean there's actually a project which matches all the seed code, right? And at that point, I would presume all the repos which are matching the matching project would get, you know, the project would decide if they want all those repos. And if they do, then they would become part of that project and go from there.
This to me implies that you expect that in 2.5 weeks, all the projects will be aligned, fully aligned with the seed code. So the seed code is basically the real deal. That's how the projects are being formed. And in 2.5 weeks, we'll just rubber stamp them to make sure that they map to the project, to the code, right?
That's not quite true. I mean, there's you know, in the charter itself, there's this 8+3, right? Which basically said the community will start with 8+3 modules. That's part of the charter. And
well, you're shifting the discussion into architecture. Architecture is 8+3. The projects are not 8+3.
No, but that's what I'm saying is that what you said is not quite correct, right? And that's what. No. That's where I was going is like there are projects which represent the 8+3. There are more projects than that. So not every project you have seen on this list has seed code. So your statement wasn't correct in the sense that when you said, well, all projects will take the seed code and run, that's not correct because there's a whole list of projects on here which have no seed code.
So the projects are the structure in which we want to operate, and eventually the seed code would shape itself to be aligned with the project that we're want to build.
We don't have.
That's exactly what my question is. Is the seed code changing itself to adapt to the projects, or are the projects adapting themselves to the seed code?
No, this is pre-formation. We do not have any projects yet, so we don't have any official ONAP yet. What we have, though, are repos that were set up by Linux Foundation to collect some of this code for processing so it could get out to the community earlier. It's being updated. It's still seed code. Once we have official projects approved, once we have official ONAP repositories, then it's not seed code anymore. Once it's brought in there, then it's project code. And then any further updates have to be made in the project, in the scope of the project.
So project is where we want to be, and seed code is where we are today. So eventually the seed code would evolve into becoming structured based on the project.
Right, and in terms of, you know, are the projects defined by the seed code or is the project defining what the seed code is? Well, at the end of the day, the project team will decide that, right? There will be maintainers, there will be committers on that project. They will decide what repos they want. They will decide what repos they don't want. And if they don't want certain repos and they want to re-implement that code, they also have to figure the people to do it, right?
Okay. Any other questions?
Did everyone get, I know there were no microphones as much, but did everyone get the conversation here about how the current repos are going to evolve or going to map into the formal projects or not as we create projects? Is that clear? That question has come up several times. Just want to make sure it's clear.
People want lunch?
Okay. No more questions? Okay, thank you very much. Oh.
And before the lunch, I want to raise a very interesting question. I found we forgot that how to ONAPF intend to naming our different diversity.
Oh, release.
We just call it as 1.0, 1.1, or we have some name.
Okay.
There is something out that is called semantic versioning.
Okay.
Yes? No?
I think the question is, are we going to have code names for the releases? OpenOHAD, Sun, Mercury. Open Daylight has hydrogen, helium.
Forgot about that. Well,
Yes.
well, there is a proposal for naming. So let me do the following, Phil, if you don't mind. Since we were all here, we were going to do that, and we actually completely forgot. So thank you for raising that. Anybody who's interested in reviewing the proposal or coming out with a different proposal, come and see me, okay? During the next 2-3 hours before we come back here again. And let's see whether we can put a little draft of a proposed approach, and we can come back to this committee, to this community today for feedback. Thanks for mentioning that. It's not urgent, but since we are all here, if anybody's interested, if anybody has a marketing hat, come and talk to me. There is someone put together a proposed approach, and the proposed approach is to use the alphabets, but use the cities, but the alphabets will be the names of the capitals or the name of the cities where the community and the members are from, okay, where their headquarters are. Okay, so for example, China Mobile, their headquarters in Beijing, so a release will be Beijing, okay, and so forth. Okay, that was just one proposal to have a community sort of inspired. But you guys come back, let's do this over the lunch and talk about that.
Oh, so
okay,
wait a
that's
minute.
Phil.
That is Phil. Okay.
Should I stop sharing? I guess, yes. Sure.
Okay. So the wiki page now has all of the names that we accumulated. It also has target room numbers where you can be meeting. There are multiple groups in each room, so you get to meet each other and figure out exactly which group is which group. But there should be roughly enough space. I know there are some AT&T folk that have other rooms that they know about, and so if you go into something and it looks too chaotic, then scurry off to another room. So the rooms are suggestions. Let's start by meeting there. And what do we want to do as far as, let's see, let's say by 12:30 you should be in your spot, or let's say 12:45 you should be in your spot, okay? All sessions are covered how? We aren't guaranteed of that. There wasn't too much overlap. You will also notice on the wiki page that there is a name in bold. In some cases, people came up and volunteered to lead these different groups. And so the bold person is the one that's going to be accountable for reporting back to us, okay, as to what was actually done in the group. I tried not to have multiple people have bold names, but if I got that wrong any place, then the person with the bold name has to find the other, somebody else to turn into bold. Okay, at this point, that wiki is, please edit it, okay? Update names that you want to be involved in those projects. If, again, somebody who has their name in bold wants somebody else to lead, feel free to have that discussion and change the name in bold, okay? Don't come back to me to ask. At this point, please just do that. But we want to gather in these different rooms by 12:45 and to start these discussions, and we'll be coming back here, as Mazen said, at 3:30 to kind of walk through what we've done thus far, see where there are any issues and so forth.
Modeling doesn't have a room. Okay. Anyone else doesn't have a room?
Yeah, actually, I was going to put modeling. You're right. Sorry. Modeling, I think, has a room to themselves.
Okay. We're coming back to this room at 3 o'clock. So 12:45, people should take their spots. You have plenty of time to have lunch, but 3 o'clock, we're coming back here, and the hope is that people have already finished all the initial preliminary proposals. Cafeteria, if you want lunch, you should. Cafeteria is downstairs. Follow any of the AT&T folks will take you there. If you just want something light, like a Starbucks like coffee and snacks, then go to the right, and there's like a Starbucks like area. Okay. Or if you just want a vending machine, there's also vending machines as well.
I just did an overwrite, so I'm not.
Folks, if you can please have a seat. Very active set of people for a third day. Thank you. Okay. So how are the sessions? I'm amazed. So the two groups that got my award, I don't have an award with me, but I will give you an award. There were two project groups that got an award from me. The first one is the DCAE, and the second one is the modeling. And the reason they both got an award is that those people couldn't sit down in the discussion. And they were standing up, getting closer and closer to each other, and they're talking. I went there, was very uncomfortable. It was wonderful. The passion was amazing. So thank you very much. I also want to mention that there are a few people who are not flying out tonight who are here. After the session today, some of us are going to go and get a drink in Red Bank. So if you would like to just join us and go to Red Bank for a drink, I didn't have a place in mind, but the place we went to a couple of days ago, 2 Bridge Avenue, whatever the place is called, that was sponsored by the Linux Foundation, was a nice place. They had good beer. You can sit outside. So, so what was it called? Coal House? Okay. Okay. So we're thinking about something like 5:30, just after the session today. We hope to finish at 5:30. We're hoping to go there and grab a drink if anybody's interested. Okay. All right. So what we thought we will do for the first half an hour is just hear. I was fortunate to visit some of the groups and I got some feedback, but we're going to spend the first half an hour getting feedback as to what did you guys think? What was not working right? What do you suggest we do slightly differently in terms of the project? Some of you talked about dependencies between projects. Some of you were asking about connection between the projects and the TSC. Some of you were asking, well, how do you put requirements on other projects? Or so there are a lot of these questions. So I just want to get those out in the open, hear your thoughts, and if we have to do something different, then we will. So I'm just going to take the microphones and open it up for the next half an hour. Feedback questions.
So yesterday we talked about these cross-cutting concerns on and off about multi-tenancy, other things, and there was a comment that, well, if we're going to work on those, we'll never ship anything in the first release and all that. But my sense is that maybe there's a way of breaking that up into a couple of parts, right? So I was in a policy discussion, and it became pretty clear that before we do some other projects, it might be useful to at least put down the basic plumbing, right? We're not talking about enabling everything with policy, which could take 5 years, right? But putting down basic pipes that carry the policies and allow you to do the basic stuff, I think that would be worth considering for the first release. And so maybe there's a way to restructure the work just a little bit to include some of the sort of architectural foundations that we can put in place, not everything, but just a few things. And then we can build on top of it, right, incrementally. But at least, kind of putting the underpinnings down correctly, the chassis of the car, that would be useful.
That's great.
Or at least considering.
Yeah.
One is, your comment about the two groups that you were aware. I think what worked, incidentally, I just happened to go to both the groups. What made me
And your point is,
was,
you're going to get a double award?
No, not at all. I think the point was that because they were standing, it was possible to go and join them easily, as opposed to, and other groups where they were all engaged and they were doing a deep dive. So I think that's what was one takeaway. And as part of the modeling thing, I was thinking there was lot of discussions about the right discussion about, how do you do this? I mean, can you take on this job of creating model for everybody? That'll be hard to do. At the same time, if you did that, there'll be a consistency. So you have to then the approach was then, okay, we'll start with that, create a consistency, and maybe then develop into other people when they want to do it. You have enough guidelines, then you can go with that, and then set a a framework around that.
That's fair.
And about the DCAE was also very well done.
Yeah.
I went in there as a person just to say, can you just synthesize what was done for so far and the way they had captured, they were able to articulate all that thing that was done.
That's great.
So that was very nice.
There are a couple of questions in the back. I'll take it there too.
Can we have Steve?
So I was part of the DCE team, and what I felt was there's so many interdependencies with the different systems, and their complexity is quite high. And how do we really define scope in such a way that what one team needs from another team and that doability is happening in the right time frame? There are still a lot of unknowns. For example, what VNS will use. Will the VNS be able to support what we are saying in terms of APIs? There will be a change. So there are a lot of complexities, and we have to narrow down our scope and make sure there is a communication between different teams in terms of interdependencies and what output we need to be successful as a team.
Phil and Lingley is here too. When we put the use cases subcommittee put a bunch of use cases 2 days ago. Whose responsibility is going to, at least for the next couple of weeks or 3 weeks, and we'll talk about the time plan, what's going to happen in the next few weeks, to go and figure out specifically what initial VNFs we should look at for those use cases. Are they open source or are they vendor commercial VNF? Who's going, which project? I did not see a single project that's had that effort. And I know that's not a development per se, but how is that mapping into our plan? Integration? So did the integration team review that? I did not see it in the integration team. Okay, so for the integration team, if I may add this, because that's an important part, because we're trying to drive the use cases ultimately, is that can we make sure that there is an effort to go and review what VNFs, given the 2 use cases, what are the VNFs we're going to be leveraging, which of them are open source, which of them are commercial, what vendors is going to make those available. I did not see that discussion. That was part of your integration team? Okay, in that case, it's good.
We didn't come out with a lot of detail, but definitely we put that into our scope. Right now, we'll look at a use case, start to break down, and also identify not only the VNFs and also hardware and whatever needed.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Can I add something to that on the integration team too? I think what Elsa is correct, but the one thing I heard there as well as in a lot of other places is that the use cases as presented like as a whole, the big thing, are way too big for a November 2nd deliverable, right?
But I'm hoping the integration team reviewed this and they're going to come out with a crawl for November 2nd and say this is as much as can be done. It's a very simple, but it's a crawl, maybe a couple of VNS or whatever the case may be. But I'm hoping that's their job to
Well,
figure this out.
so you know, during the meeting today, we identified that it's our job.
You mean the integration team?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good.
We didn't solve the problem.
Okay. No, that's okay. As long as there is a project and there's responsibilities. Phil, there is somebody here. Now he has a microphone.
And this may not be of relevancy now, but I noticed I wasn't part of the team, but we had originally, the use case VNS was under the ComServe 1 project. We identified yesterday, but if integration is taking it on, then I guess it's taken care of.
The VNF reference or use cases?
Use case VNFs.
Oh, use case VNF. Use case VNF. That is true. That's true.
Correct.
That's
correct.
right.
So it was under the ComServe.
The VNF
1.
use cases I thought was lumped under integration. No?
If you had multiple, it might have been multiple ones. So as long as it's captured somewhere, then we're okay.
Yeah, that's the most important part.
Stephen, where's Stephen?
I think it was actually captured under two things, right? There was one under integration, and then there was like reference VNFs, which was a separate one. And when we actually talked about it in the integration side, you know, it's an opportunity where we might actually be able to merge some project proposals. I'm not sure it makes sense to have two separate ones on this, but we can look at that after we see the proposals come in.
Okay. I'm going to take another one here. I'm going to keep one on this side, and we'll keep one on this side, and so folks can just share.
Yeah, we were on the certification team, and we stumbled across the topic of security requirements, and we decided that they belonged in the VNF guidelines. But in looking at the VNF guidelines, that was focused more on the delivering of security as compared to ensuring that the development process had security baked in, that there were controls to ensure that, like the OS top 10, we weren't vulnerable to that. We don't use default passwords. And that seems to be a gap, and we're not sure where that is best captured.
Stephen?
Thank you. I can't answer the question right now. I think what we should, I mean, since this morning, I should kind of try to look into this area. So I think if you have sort of those questions, send them to me and we can try to deal with how we actually take them forward. In the process to sort of collect the questions at the moment. So.
But the question is that there's a security gap. You're talking about the security requirement. You are unsure whether the security requirement should be in the VNF guidelines or not. Stephen, could you?
Yeah. Our approach from the certification team was that they would be in the VNF guidelines, but in reviewing the guidelines, they weren't there.
Okay.
And so it's a question of whether that's in scope of the guidelines or someplace else. We were looking at it from a project perspective.
Okay.
So I think you've identified something that the guidelines need to be revised to improve. So that's something the community needs to deal with. So whichever project owns the VNF guidelines, and I think that's the VNF SDK project in the way it was passed. I think there's a line item in there to maintain the guidelines and merge them. So that there should be a project to take care of that kind of requirement going forward.
Does that answer your question? Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
All they're saying, yes, there is a gap.
Right.
They're going to make sure that.
Yes, as long the question is whether that's considered in scope for the guidelines. We'd like to think so, but that was something that we couldn't answer within our certification team as to whether it was. And we think it should be, but we don't have anybody from the guidelines in our team to validate that.
Okay, so I think these are the guidelines, and they recognize it as a gap.
Right, and we can capture that in a couple of different places. So as we get to the point where we're filling out release plans for the first release, There will be a place there that will say you have a dependency on other projects, and where you found gaps like that, you can identify that as a place for that. We're also to the point where we're getting these projects formed, and once we do, they will all have contacts that are identified on their project page. And we will, I'm not sure what we're planning on doing with regard to how we tag messages for different project teams. We've done it a couple of different ways at the Linux Foundation, but there will be an easy way for you to send a mail that will go to all of the people that are associated with that project, that are committers and contributors to that project that have put themselves on that tag. And those are going to be the ways for inter-project communication to happen easily. And then, of course, there's always the IRC channel. Hey, anybody from the VNF guidelines, are you guys going to be able to handle this? Can I ask that as a requirement? And somebody like Stephen will come back and say, yeah, that's a great idea, and we'll put it on there. So from formal to informal.
Any opportunities that you guys thought of merger or overlap between projects that you want to point out? This is not to formally decide that, it's just, it'll be good to get that input.
Hi, from integration, I think we took a few or suggested a few. I think one was reference VNF, as that seemed to have only one person. The other one was use case VNF. I think that was a suggestion.
So the suggestion is use case VNF and reference VNF should be integrated with the integration project. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Good feedback. Thank you. Jack.
So I was involved in the controller framework project definition, and I'm not saying that it overlaps in terms of eliminating a project, but I think there's an opportunity where a lot of code overlap would make sense to be moved towards that project from the individual projects that they're in, because it's trying to create a common repository for some of that. So it's not an overlap. It kind of overlaps with a bunch of projects, but it's a common place that we're looking to move, code that's reused, so you're only fixing it in one place. So I just wanted to highlight that as one of the things that came out of our discussion.
Do you have a comment on that question or something different? It's not, we can't hear you.
Is there? Okay. So we also identified the open lab should be merged with the integration. In fact, these two teams got a consensus. So we actually end out make a joint proposal for this one.
Which one and which
the
one?
open lab and the integration.
Okay.
Yeah,
Open
so
lab.
Just one question. So
is that what you said? I'm sorry. You said OLab?
Yeah, open lab, right?
Yeah, okay, open lab. I thought we were just trying. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So I was part of the DCAE team. So as part of the discussions on DCAE, we just to the point what Alok had mentioned about the dependencies between projects. One of the suggestions that I would like to table is that we have decided to write down some of the call flows graphically. So that could be a good starting point to identify inter-project dependencies at this stage, so that if one component needs something from other components or expects that certain things have to be done by other components, that gets thrashed out in the next 2 weeks. So I believe one of the ways of collaborating across projects could be through the route of the creation of call flows. So that is one suggestion that we can think about and discuss.
Good point.
So one of the areas, I'm not sure if we have an overlap, but certainly we have an interaction between the VNF SDK and the certification ICE programs. So we'll need to sync up on that stuff.
Okay. Any other overlap areas?
We are discussing this portal session where we identified that there might be new applications or UI applications for all the new use cases or new applications that components that we are building. So for those either to onboard onto portal, we need some kind of integration. So they need some kind of collaboration between these teams. to find out what level of integration should be done. And at the same time, there is this command line interface that we are bringing from OpenO into Portal. So that even that project needs to identify what all interfaces each component would be exposing, so that a operator would need which kind of operations that they want it from CLI. So these kind of discussions we couldn't have today, lack of some team resources. But going forward, I think we need these kind of discussions too, between Portal, CLI, and other components, what kind of features they want to expose.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah, so this is not so much about overlap, but related to component dependency. We were in a multi-Vim project, so we got a number of cloud services providers together, VMware, Azure, and Wind River. We're thinking about the scope of the project for November, right? And so the early point of integration lab is working on the use cases definition. We're thinking about, in addition to functionality, virtual CP and EPC, what are the additional requirements for the release beyond just functionality? Because we are thinking, should we not create a multi-hybrid cloud solution for release number 1? Or we're limiting this multi-VM, but still have a single cloud provider for a particular use case and another cloud provider for another use case? Or should we considering combining them both? I think the decision of that really also depends on our release one, what we're trying to achieve. So I think specifically from the use case and the integration lab, what we're planning to do there, there's a lot of a joint project team collaboration that we can consider.
Okay, that's a key area for a lot of the operators, is being able to run ONAP on a multi-cloud environment or a hybrid cloud. So, okay. And any other areas of merger, overlap, potential? Before we start talking about what the next steps are, just want to make sure that we're taking into account all your input. We're not going in this blind. Yeah, Helen?
He raised a hand for me.
That's right.
Gary reminded me, actually, there's another one we think might have some overlap, but we'll discuss with them, is COM Service 1 for the deployment and management. So maybe either we merge or we do collaboration, because there's quite some overlap with there.
With COM Service 1 and who else?
Specifically related to deployment and management.
Okay. All right. 2 and 1. Yeah. 2 and 1. I think one of the, which one was the OAM? One was the OAM.
One.
Okay. Okay, go on.
So there's from a modeling group, we identified quite a few dependencies, because it sort of straddles across all the components, right? And we're struggling to find out how best to get this dependency going. I mean, I think at the onset, we have to create these models, data models and information models, and do that quickly, and then disseminate that result out to the other teams so that they can use it. Otherwise, if it's a long drawn process, independent modelers will go ahead and do their thing, and then there won't be any cross checks, right? So that's one thing I think that happens across all the teams. So our request is, I think, any modelers who do attempt to create models, please check with the modeling team, or at least send a rep to the modeling team occasionally, so that we are in sync.
So I think one of the things that when I was with you guys, we were discussing, the modeling team cannot be the one building all the models for ONAP. Can't. It won't scale. At the same time, if you believe that you need to provide the right, you want to show how models should be built and define the tools and the principles and the processes. And if you guys want to take the first release and do that to show as examples of how it should be done. And if you can do that with the resources that you have, that will be great, okay, as a first release. So it may be that you have to work closely with the integration team, because if the integration team becomes the team that's responsible for the reference VNFs, the VNFs, and everything else, okay, I mean, that's one of those teams that you have to work with to figure out what are the models that needs to be developed, and work on that close before anybody else is part of the integration. It's off.
Yeah, thanks. I think, yeah, I mean, you've taken the right response. And just to back up something there, the thought that occurred to me is, if there was guidelines or something that you could actually encourage with the other ones out, that might be doing the modeling work inside the other projects and get that out early, that actually could be a great sort of support, I think, for alignment there, without actually having to solve all of the problems. Could be 3, 4, 5, 6 principles. Put it out there, put it on the list, get the feedback, and that could be one sort of way of having the alignment as well. But I do encourage the interplay between the projects in achieving that, but that could be one concrete early deliverable.
Just to finish up on the modeling, I think even though the attempt would be one team creating this, maybe we should explore in parallel other people trying on their own and trying to see what other variations are coming. You can catch that, so the centralized team will get a flavor for what's happening from, and that'll be more reflective of what's going to be in the future.
I'm sure. That's
so,
great. But the team needs to encourage and inspire the community to build those.
Right. Yeah. So the sooner we do it, we push ourselves, and we'll get there.
One suggestion that I wanted to discuss on modeling, that perhaps we can also explore the adoption of the information model that is published by the TM Forum, because it captures the service, resource, and all the other base entities. And perhaps we can take that as a starting point and define the ONAP specific information modeling entity, so that SID being a standard, and we can also pull in expertise who are already trained and who have worked on SID. That will be the first advantage. And the second advantage being that finally we also have to integrate with the OSS and BSS in different service provider environments. So having a common information model from that aspect may also accelerate our progress. So that is just a suggestion to consider, so we can discuss.
Yeah, I'm good with that, as long as it aligns with the architecture, okay, and the modeling team will have to drive that.
Yeah, one of the things we talked about it in the modeling group, which I thought we agreed to, but maybe we didn't, was that we actually published a core model from which other models can be derived. So we set a core set of objects, core set of this, core set of that. And through the process, if we find out that there's other models that can't be derived from this, there's probably something wrong with the core model. So we basically create that. Other teams try to derive from that. If they can't, they come back to us and say, look, there's something wrong with the core model.
By the way, some of these, I know the modeling team is having a half-day session tomorrow. These are really good things to vet out and discuss also in tomorrow's session, detailed session. Was there a microphone around here?
No, I'm holding 3.
Oh, you're holding all the 3.
Just a quick comment on the STNC discussion. I guess Jamil and Alex, they have a list of items they're going to present. What really we try to do there, based on your focus, Mazen, that architecture should be primarily supporting the use cases. Yeah. So we identified some use cases with pretty much obvious that most operators. We had 4 operators in the team. AT&T, Bell Mobility, I guess, China Telecom, and Orange. Yeah. So there is an issue, probably overlaps with some other groups. One of them is the support for legacy CLI. I guess China Telecom mentioned that that's already supported in OpenO, or as part of SDNO or southbound interface. So that's one issue. It probably overlaps with the
the other discussion that happened today. The other thing was support for third-party controller. So is that really directly related to SDNC or not? We can talk about that. Well, probably can overlap with some other discussion. The SDN agent discussion came up. That was put as part of the SDNC discussion. But
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So those are the potential overlaps that I can see.
Yep. Fair.
Hi, so this may be a perceived overlap rather than an actual overlap, but when we were in the ANAI discussion, we were looking at the way that use cases may require an extension to the model. And we were capturing the dependencies that we had, and we weren't sure whether that was a dependency on the modeling project or on the STC project. So again, maybe that was covered this morning and I missed it, but I don't see a clear line between those two.
A clear line between
SDC
and
modeling.
And modeling.
Or specifically modeling tools. Right? Right, but there's within modeling, there's modeling tools.
Right.
SDC to me is a modeling tool.
Which is perfect. But so the modeling team should help you and should work with all those teams to make sure that we have a consistent way to reference models, to create models, and those models make sense, that we have parsers for those models. So you know, there's definitely a dependency, but it's a shared dependency. The success of the modeling team is dependent on, you know, this collaboration with all the projects.
There is clearly there's a relationship, and Amir is absolutely right. I mean, SDNC is more of a
no SDNC, SDC.
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 I don't know who created that confusion.
On that thing, I was just thinking about this. This thing has happened several times now. I think the SDC, the abbreviation stands for Service Design and Creation. So people have started using the full one. So I suggest we use SDC and SDNC for the SDN-C. So this way there will be.
That clarifies everything. Thank you.
So this way it'll be SDC or SDNC for the other one.
Is saying service designer is so long that we can't stand it and just call it service design?
Service design.
Yeah, or service design, yeah.
There's a lot of synergies, okay? But there's also synergies between modeling and DCAE. And there's a lot of synergies between modeling and other components. We just have to figure out, and modeling is not the only project that there are synergies with the others. We'll have to figure out, you know, and it's actually good. I don't think we're trying to create projects that are silos. We have to crack the nuts of how projects work together and how the PTL teams work together. So we haven't figured that one out, but I mean, that's just the nature of this thesis, that this platform has a lot of projects that depends on each other. And some of them are much more horizontal and some of them much more vertical. So, Rich, you have a question?
One question, I think mainly to the experienced open source committers or the Linux Foundation. I know we ran into lots of questions about dependencies as we brought the seed code in. I hear a lot of dependencies being discussed here. Is there a sort of way you try to manage that, the layering as you see new projects come in, or is that it's this kind of discussion?
Layering of dependencies. Well, so obviously when we've got code bases like this that are coming together, and we've got so many people that are coming together, one of the most important things that we want to do is actually communicate, right? So we have a variety of different ways of getting organizations to talk. We're kind of moving into next steps because that, one of the first things we actually want to do is get those dialogues going between the projects that see overlaps, see dependencies, so that they can start talking and identifying exactly what each project has to do. There's a variety of venues that we can do that with. We can do it with meetings, we can do it with mailing lists, but that's the first set of discussions that we need to have. Now, stratifying the dependencies amongst each other, that's actually one that there isn't any set way to do that. It really depends on what it is we're building and what the architecture looks like. So that's something that this group will want to come up with, and then put some formalization around it so that it's clear.
Talking about project dependencies, that's something we would like to identify as part of the project template for every team to identify which they rely upon and which one they need to provide some outcomes.
So I'll tell you that the way we do it at AT&T is that we have a system engineering group that takes the business requirement, the use cases. They're the first ones to identify what depends on what. As they transform and translate requirement, business requirement, and use cases into actual technical architectural requirements, they're the one that identify there's a dependency between project X and project Y. And they're the one who become responsible of monitoring that and making sure that relationship is sustained. Now, in the ONAP, it's sort of, we don't have a system engineering role at the TSC level. We're pushing a lot of those down to the projects. So we're really going to depend on, certainly the TSC is going to play a pivotal role to make sure there are no gaps, but we're really going to work closely with the PTL teams to make sure that they are talking to each other, working with us, and these dependencies and any gaps are being filled very quickly. There's no other way of doing it. Frankly, the only way to figure this out is make sure that people are working with each other, they know each other, and they're not trying to create their own silo empires, because we just don't have that layer on top that system engineering the whole platform. Okay. The architecture is a functional architecture. It's not a system engineering architecture. So the architecture is not going to translate the use cases and the business requirements into a software requirements, into user stories. They're not the one going to do that.
Right. So we do the best we can to proactively recognize where we have those dependencies and fill them. And ultimately, it's the integration team that finds where we screwed up.
Yeah.
And the faster we get the integration team moving and building, the sooner we see it fall over and we know what we forgot.
I have, just for the information of the community, we should separate the information model that work from the data model.
Yep.
In ONAP and also probably in OpenO, the data modeling work is already there. Okay. So when it comes to information model, like the higher layer,
yes,
that is where we had a workshop last year across the board from TMF or all the MEF. So they already came up with some framework for information modeling, like UML or derivative of UML. We do not want to reinvent the wheel here. So we can leverage on that work and then go fast and meet our deadlines for the release fund.
So I just want to make sure the modeling team is hearing that out, and that's something they should take out.
Yeah, there was a workshop, Chris is aware of that, the workshop on modeling it was hosted by Cable Lab, I guess.
Okay.
So
good input.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sure.
The second one, Dutch Telecom, you said? Okay. 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 There was a question just behind you, if you can just pass it.
What was the outcome of that meeting? Did they develop models or?
Framework, it sounds like, not
because I didn't see anything in OpenO with UML and information modeling.
Alex said they didn't do anything. That's what he said. I'm just repeating.
at least they identifying the touch points. That's one measure. At least they document what all the touch points are, and then that way each communities can create their own, but how to interact among different space. There's a touch point for that.
Right.
At least we can absorb something.
Okay.
I do agree with what
Alex?
Separating the information model work from the data models might be useful. I would also say that you don't need to boil the ocean and model everything, right?
Great.
There are a lot of private domain-specific information models and data models.
Yep.
The only one we have to keep shared and in common is the one that has to do with shared state between components. And as long as you stick to that, it's a manageable problem. It's going to take a lot less time to do. So.
Can you pass it?
So I think it's important to look at what ONF and MEF has done with their UML information models, right? They've spent years and years developing these models. And I was one of the people that helped launch the common model. Somebody mentioned the common model over there, yeah, in the MEF. And it's a large endeavor. And anybody that knows the SID, I'd really caution us about bringing the SID in, because it's extremely bloated. But let's look at the other organizations that have been doing this.
I get 2 mics. So having been the person in MEF that defined a lot of these models along with Brian, we also have something called LSO in MEF too, where we actually identified all the interface, we call them interface reference points around the different components of the orchestration architecture, the points between the customer and the service provider providing the orchestration, the points between the service provider and all the partners that are interacting with the main service provider to provide access pieces or VNFs in their own regions. So we started with a common information model for shared information, and that's really the key word, is what's shared, to get common semantics around an agreement on what pieces of information, what classes are going to be shared among the whole architecture. So you always represent that in a common way, but you can build it separately. So data models become a totally separate thing. You can represent how I exchange that shared information in different ways. So that's really key, to have integration from a semantic perspective as well as a real perspective when you're exchanging bits on a wire.
Okay. Can I ask, as a show of hands, we had to think about 20 maybe projects, sort of suggestions. How many of the groups did not finish sort of an initial write-up? They did not get to agree to finish, or they were halfway through. I mean, there's always debates. It's okay to have debates, but they actually did not finish. Alex, policy, what are you?
Yeah, I think we went a little wide in the beginning. So then the clarification that we
Can you pass it back to Alex?
On that front, my assumption was that the core policy seed code was part of the project, and there was no need to reinvent the wheel there and try to re-specify everything. Is that the understanding? Is that really the case?
For the first release, yes.
Okay, so we kind of went a little wide, I think, and so we just need to constrain the use case down to the initial one that we talked about yesterday. That shouldn't take very long. But at least now we know that we don't need to kind of cast a wide net.
Yep.
The rest is kind of pretty much there by default.
Who else didn't finish? Stephen. Let me get you yeah, there's a microphone there.
Thanks. It's not that I didn't finish. It was just a reflection on that. I agree we need to sort of, when defining the project, go ahead and say, okay, this is what we need for the first release. But the scope of the project regarding functionality can live beyond the sort of the first release when you come to, for example, we need a policy framework, policy engine, policy language, and so on there. But the scope of what we need to do in the first release could, the functionality we need to deliver in the first release could be sort of scaled there in the list of the features. Thank you.
Yeah.
So in the SDNC group, we wanted to really see what is absolutely necessary to support use cases. given the tight deadline for the
Yep.
release one. So we had 4 operators in the
Mhm.
discussion. We tried to focus on some of the features that
Mhm.
they need in release one.
Mhm.
The discussion was a very long discussion,
Mhm.
so we still need some time to put some support text to
Mhm.
explain the details.
Mhm.
But at the high level, the list of features are captured
Okay.
in a bullet.
Good. Again, I'm just looking for John.
Yeah, we were in the ComServe one, and this is about the platform OANM. So the scope is large, right? You think about the ONAP platform and how you do lifecycle management. So that, you know, back to what Steve was saying, that what can we do in the first release? And so we had a lot of discussion to that. Should we focus on the containerization, or do we want to also deploy the manager or the controller and actually get that code running? So I don't think that we have fully agreed on that yet, but
So
we're
you
still
haven't
working.
agreed on how much to constrain.
Right, yeah, I think that we still need to work on that, but it's not something that, you know, not solvable. It's just really what is the scope.
I would say in the modeling group, it depends on your definition of done, you know, for finish. But I think good enough. I think we're good enough to get started. Is how I would characterize
Did I
that.
use the word finished? That was the wrong word. Filled out the template. Okay, so so let's talk about the next steps here. I think that it's great input, and I think we have all the notes down. What we would like to suggest, and as a next step, we do have a tight deadline for the release later this year, and usually the very beginning is slow, and it takes time, and it impacts the amount of time you have for development. Every week that we are behind, we're eating up the development cycle when we are fixing the end date. So it's very important that we keep the momentum, and we don't let the initial period sort of drag us into eating up the development cycle. So what I'd like to suggest is that there are a few teams who haven't yet completed the write-up. And we've also identified areas of overlap, okay, potential areas of overlap, okay? So what we'd like to suggest, and based on the input that you heard today, what we'd like to suggest is that for the same team that worked on the proposed project, if you could take the next 1 week and try to finalize the project write-up. That may include, if you believe there's an overlap, then please reach out to the other project team, like we so proposed, sort of overlap, maybe between the reference DNF and the integration team. Please reach out to each other. If you have to bring in some developers to talk to each other, please do. What we're hoping to do is that by next Thursday, is that we would have more of a write-ups that we can start having the community and the TSC to start the review process. This is not to review approval of a project. We're not at the point to review approval of a project. This is for us to start reviewing that you're basically saying that I'm now complete with the write-up. We've identified maybe some overlaps, you've talked to each other, and you've resolved that. And what we'd like you to do is to send us a note to the TSC in it could be in the TSC alias, email alias, to say, and if you finish early, that's great. We're not going to wait. We're going to, as a community, start processing these proposals as they come. It's an FIFO kind of thing. So if you have a proposal, you think that there is an overlap, or you think there's a gap, please work on it. When your group is done, please try to get done before next Thursday. If you're done, then send a note to the committee and say to the community and say, we're ready to be reviewed, okay? Again, remember, we are not having a vote yet. It's not a vote. This is just to give you feedback, okay, to say, oh, you know, you've missed this or you missed that, and also to open it up a little more broadly. We will then take a couple of weeks after that for the review, sort of the review process. That's about 3 weeks now. And that will take us closer to the China meeting, okay? And we're really hoping that to start approving projects as they come, not, I mean, you saw today from the release planning, I know there are some hard dates, but we're not going to wait to a particular date where we approve everything and call it a day. We're really going to start the process, and whichever project come in and they've done the legwork and they have the committers and we have the all the right teams, and we're just going to start to approve those and start the process. So that's the whole idea. So 1 week max for you to reach out to other project teams, discuss overlaps, discuss gaps, make sure their template is complete. Let the committee know that you are complete no later than next Thursday. Next Thursday, the community and the TSC are going to take whatever are considered complete, and they're going to start the review process. And for a period of 2 weeks, we're going to start giving feedback to the proposed areas. Is that clear, Phil? Does that make sense? Okay. You want to add anything to that? Not clear, or?
No, I mean, the only thing that I'll add is just, again, communication is what's key here right now. So we have Zoom accounts. If you want to schedule meetings, contact Casey and he'll get you set up so that you can have meetings within your projects or across multiple projects where you feel as though there may be gaps or overlaps that you're going to want to discuss. We have the mailing list. You know, I encourage you to create wiki pages if you need to, have a common place to share information. I encourage you to do as much as you can transparently out on these public channels, as opposed to even, you know, an email list that has, you know, 6 people that you think are interested. There will be others that will be interested. So it would be beneficial to put it out on one of the public lists, put it out on the discuss list with a consistent header, you know, whatever, yeah, SDC, or whatever it is you want to tag it with for clarity, but get the communication going across the projects. That would be my suggestion and add to Matt.
Thank you.
I will make a quick note about scheduling meetings on Zoom. I'm happy to schedule meetings for you, but if you need something like that day or right away, you probably shouldn't email me. You should probably send me that message on IRC. If I believe that was mentioned before, that if it's something quick and you need an immediate action, reach out to me on WeChat or IRC. I'm readily available there. If it's something that you don't need it for like a day or two or whatever, email is fine.
I urge you guys, if you see an issue or an overlap, just please reach out. Let's close on those. And let's not slow down, because we will be as weak as the weakest project or the slowest project. The slowest project will be the one dragging us and jeopardizing the timeline. So please don't, if you think you're not the right person, then let's have another team looking at that project. If you're too busy, there are a lot of other folks who will be more than happy to take the lead in carrying out with that ball. I think it's great. A lot of excitement here. Let's just keep that going, and let's have that touch point next week to see basically where we are. Okay, I think that unless there are any questions, that sort of closes the project plans.
Well, we were considering there was one project that was relatively well defined. We thought we might kind of walk through what they had done to see something that's probably pretty close to baked.
Okay,
as an example.
Go ahead.
Under project proposals, there's the project section. Proposing a project. The NFSDK.
So, yeah, this is an example project proposal. It's a real proposal in that we will be putting this in, and I can be the sacrificial victim and be up first. I welcome rocks and darts and all that because that'll help us make a better proposal. But just to show, how these are filled out, proposed name is VNF Guidelines and SDK, and the repo is VNF SDK. The first is the problem we're trying to solve. It's inconsistent VNF formats, and so we want to address the problem for the ecosystem, reaching out to the VNF vendors and the service providers with guidelines for the VNF vendors, tools for the vendor CI/CD tool chains, and then validation and test tools as the VNFs come in. Specifically, we're looking for the unified set of guidelines, bringing in the OpenO and eComp guidelines, automation tools, and a portal and tool for the package validation, lifecycle tests, functional tests, and marketplace for VNFs. Here's the scope. We have a nice picture, and then if you go down below that, it lists the specific deliverables that we'll be working on, guidelines, data models, operator tools, the supplier DevOps tools, the marketplace, and additional tools that would be necessary for the testing. Architectural alignment. We have one of the versions, I think this is an older version of the form. Per Phil's request, I put a link on the proposing a project to the latest version of the architecture that Lingley and Vimal talked about a few days ago. So if you want to take the picture into your template and color code or circle the area where you fit in the architecture, that will be helpful for the reviews. And then VNF SDK is one of the functional blocks that was already called out in the ONAP architecture. We've identified several dependencies, SDC and SO in particular, and we interact with ICE, so this is where we have to work out the alignment. We're trying to align with the Tosca and ETSI NFB VNF models, and there may be a need to do heat as well, so we're going to work to look at OpenStack's specifications on that. Dependencies with other open source projects, OpenO, since we're bringing this in from the Mercury release, Robot, which is part of the test framework, ARIA, and OpenStack. If we go down. Resources, we have a number of people who signed up. If anyone else is interested, please talk to me. We would welcome more contributions. And we have several companies. So this is a wide dispersion across the community. Other information, link to the seed codes, it's in the OpenO repository. So we'll work with Andy if this is approved to bring it over. It's vendor neutral. It's already released under the Apache 2 license. Needs board policy, yes. And then here's just a key list of project facts with the project names, the repos that we've identified, lifecycle states. We haven't really talked about it here yet, but it's incubation. I assume that the lifecycle for ONAP is going to be similar to the lifecycle for many other communities. Let's see, and then people involved.
The only thing is, this is not over until the certification group and this group get together.
Correct.
And come out with a consistent, consolidated or not consolidated view.
Correct.
I was on the other group sitting for a few minutes, and half of the discussion was this is an overlap with this group. So I just want to make sure that we do our job together as a committee, and if we see an opportunity that this is a good overlap, let's connect, then let's just combine, okay? But let's please do that in the next 1 week. Just want to make sure that just for the sake of the community that we do this right.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And this is a really good model, by the way. I love this. I don't see any places where you said, where's the seed code and things like that.
Yeah, it was up a little
Was it up
higher.
there? Okay.
Yeah.
If it's up there, that's great. But it's a really good, it's a great example. That's really a great example. So folks, don't be too shy to copy.
Yeah, and
Not word by word, but don't be shy to copy. I don't, yeah, you know what I mean. Thank you, Chris. Thank you.
yeah, and most importantly, as Mazen said, identifying where we've got overlap in particular, getting with the other projects and working through those overlaps, working through where code should be merged, if there's a refactor that is prudent for this release. Those are the tasks right now that we need to be getting through. And if you get to the point, don't flounder, right? If you get to the point where you don't think you're making any progress amongst the groups that are talking, bump it to the TSC. That's what they're there for. They will help arbitrate, okay? But the real point here is just keep things moving.
Okay. I know everyone is not going to show their project right now after Chris. Any other questions about projects? Any confusions about projects? Everyone knows what we have to do? Okay. I also want to mention that in the past few days, 3-4 days, some people have left by now, is that we've had folks who are non-member companies attending, both third-party VNF developers, companies who are operators, etc. I know a bunch of them have left already, but I do want to recognize their input has been extremely valuable and very, very important. So I want to recognize that in addition to some of the folks here who are member companies, there's been attendance from Verizon who are here. I don't know if Fernando's still here, probably left. There's been attendance from Vodafone. I think Matt just left. There's been attendance from Dutch Telecom. I think they've also just left. They were here. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you, Mark. I apologize. Okay. Can I just for the sake of this community here, are there any other operators? Let's start with the operators. Are there any other operators who are not members? I know Cox Communications. Any other? I think it was Cable Labs at some point. I met a couple of folks from Cable Labs. Yep, that's right. That's right. Anybody? Any other operators? Okay. Any other third party, whether it's cloud or supplier or whatever, who are not members? If you could just speak up your company. There were many that I met. They all left? Everyone is a member? Okay, they all left. Sorry? Okay. Yes, that's right. Light reading, NRIA, NIA. That's light reading.
Yep.
Yes, I think 2 days ago I saw her. I didn't see her today. Yes, there are a few companies. And the point is, what I wanted to make is that there's been people who've come in and out over the past 3 days. You may have met some of them, you may not have met, but those are very key companies that we're trying to bring them into this community. So you're all responsible, just like Linux Foundation and us, that to really trying to go after these companies and really convince them to join the ONAP community. I think our strength is having a larger community and really driving something that's more of a global sort of a global harmonization in network automation. So if you meet those folks, please talk to them, make sure they get engaged, with us, and if they need any information, refer them to the Linux Foundation team, and they will make sure that they will sit down with them anytime or anything.
Okay.
How many people are what? How many people registered?
We had 186 people walk through the door. So we had roughly 200. Yeah, like 200 registered, and that's where we stopped it. And again, 186 of them walked through the door. So as far as as far as a click-through rate, so to speak, that's pretty good.
That's wonderful.
So, yes. So I was going to talk about code hygiene, which at this point in the day would have really been a good yam. But I'm still not ready. So sorry. I will tell you that there is a corporate contributor license agreement that is associated with this project. And so the companies that you belong to will need to sign one of those and then identify the employees that will be contributing to the project. That's part of the charter. The interesting thing with this project is that there is no individual contributor agreement, only a corporate contributor agreement. And the automated tools that we use to verify that somebody has signed that contributor license agreement and has the ability to contribute is universal. So right now, I don't know that I have a good way of automating that dichotomy. This was a task that was put forth to the Linux Foundation, and they kind of got part of the way through, but I don't think we've actually closed. So I'm working on closure so that I can explain what that process and policy is to you. But since I'm not quite sure what it is, I can't actually do that. Yes.
Is the corporate contributor license different to any of the other Linux Foundation projects?
I'm afraid you probably, well, I don't know. To actually be honest, I don't know the answer to that. Again, I'm most familiar with Open Daylight as a project, and we don't use one. We just use a DCL. So while I've read through the contributor license agreement, corporate contributor license agreement for ONAP, I don't know if how dissimilar it is to any other Linux Foundation project. So with that, again, so I will find a time and we will do a meeting. I will schedule a session, a Zoom session, and I'll walk through all this with everybody once I find out exactly what it is we're going to be doing. So with that, again, my apologies that I wasn't able to deliver that today.
Okay, so we're closing today. I just want to give a few minutes of sort of an ad for tomorrow's sessions for those who are staying to tomorrow. So there are a bunch of sessions tomorrow. For those who are involved or leading tomorrow's sessions, could you just do your high pitch or quick pitch PR of what the session is if anyone else wants to join?
I'm sorry. So we have a service assurance architecture. I think Rajesh from Intel had requested that session. So it is Intel and us presenting some of the discussion that's going to be on. We are trying to make sure that the event collection and the framework that we support is not done only at application of VNF's level, but we are also handling the cloud, the bare metal level. So I think some of the discussion you'll hear from Intel team, Tim is here and Mariam is here. In the back, they will be talking about their barometer project in OpenFV, which we will probably think of bringing it up here also, and how we are collecting the data in the same VES format and how we can use it. And then I'll talk in a little bit more detail about the latest VES specs where we are, what has changed from the past, and also there's a new onboarding artifact that we have developed, which will be able to automate the policy creation aspect. So we'll go over that. We are going to be showing you the DC collector, what does it compilation, how it places information on the DMAP, and then the other discussion is going to be around really the topic controls on DMAP. What are we thinking at a high level? We would like to get your feedback. And then we will have in general discussion around closed loop and how we can collaborate with each other as we move forward.
So just say when and where.
Tomorrow it is here in Middletown. The time was set. It's a little bit early. I'm sorry to say that. It starts at 8. We will try to go as far, depending on how many questions we have. If we are done early, we'll go to other things. It is here in Middletown. It's in room. If you walk down to the cafeteria side, there's a room on your left, B11. B14A11, I think.
Okay.
And that's where it is in the wiki. If the people who cannot be there, I do have a conference bridge. I'll open it up. So it's all on the wiki, the room number and as well as the page.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, so the
wiki says it starts at 9.
The wiki starts
the
at
wiki-
9. It's the wiki, he says, the wiki says it starts at
So-
9.
Seems as though it starts at 9.
Okay? Folks, follow the wiki.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay,
all right, so the second meetup tomorrow is about modeling. So that has been updated on the wiki page. You can see the location and the timing. I didn't post to the mailing list because there are too many people sending me email offline about would like to participate. But the limitation of size of the meeting room for tomorrow is less than 30. So I only send it to people who send me the email. But the information is here. You are open to join us, and we'll be crowd room.
Okay.
So you want me to read the agenda, or you want me just to read the tomorrow we are going to discuss including parser and also the workflow and also NFV profiles and also the open deployment. The last one is about our project updating. We are going to finish before 11 o'clock.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other session? Someone wants to do a PR? Go ahead. Is it one of those?
We will have a session about Microsoft. I sent out the invitation in the mail list. We also can find this wiki page. The session will start at 8:30, and we will talk about the service registration and discovery and the service routing, the balancing, and also the central authentication and authorization. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do we need to start at 8:30? Or just follow the same as the 9 o'clock as the other project?
Okay, we can start at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please
Okay.
update the wiki.
Any other sessions that I'm not aware of? Okay, 3 only. All right. I think that's it. I again, thank you very much, folks. Really appreciate your feedback. It's been an incredible summit. I do want to thank the people who really made the summit happen, people behind the scene, a lot of the folks who are in that box over there doing all the technical support. I really want to thank the Linux Foundation. They've been an incredible partner. They've really tried to make everything look so simple. So thank you guys from the Linux Foundation. I want to thank all the folks in AT&T who administrated the sessions and put all the breaks and the food out and the luncheon yesterday, folks. Thank you very much. You went out of your way, so I really appreciate it. And again, to you guys, on behalf of the Linux Foundation, all the member companies in ONAP and AT&T, thank you for coming, and we really look forward to seeing you in the future.
And finally, I think we should thank Mazen. I think he's doing a wonderful job as a PSC chair, particularly for taking total ownership of all documentation and training for the project. With that, safe travels, everybody. It's been great meeting you. Hey, folks, if you can, if you see some trash at your feet on your way out, could you pick it up and throw it in the trash can on your way?